She says she's a self-employed nail technician who often watches her friend's 4-year-old for free, usually on nights and weekends. But things hit a breaking point when the friend asked her to cancel a high-paying client appointment just to babysit. The friend later joked in front of other people that she does nails and has plenty of free time. The nail tech says that comment was the final straw, and now she's refusing to help with childcare. Well, first of all, you're babysitting for free.
I know,
My
that's
goodness.
not a very good friend, I don't think, if she wants you to cancel.
No, reconsider.
Yeah.
We wouldn't do that, Jess.
No, I mean, I have people who ask Siri for the weather in front of me, so I've been offended before. Have a good rest of your day.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are standing by, waiting for the start of a news conference where NOAA is going to be releasing their hurricane season outlook for this upcoming Atlantic hurricane season. Before we listen in, they are just getting underway or about to get underway there. But I do want to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, who is joining me live here today. And Brooks, just while we're waiting on this to get underway here, what are we expecting to hear today from NOAA?
Well, we're about to enter what's called a super El Nino, and that's when there's an unusual warming of the Pacific waters near South America. It's the eastern equatorial Pacific, and what that does is it changes the wind speed and direction across the Atlantic, and it can tear apart hurricanes before they form. In an ideal situation, that would result in a much lower total hurricane count, and with fewer hurricanes, you'd have a lower chance for landfall statistically. However, while this El Nino is in progress, it's starting to develop, it's not expected to become its full mature El Nino until the last third of the hurricane season. And even if it is to form as expected on the timeline of, say, July, August, September, when it starts to reach its El Nino maturity, it will not have an impact on the atmosphere immediately. It's not like flipping a switch. And so, in other words, we may have a near normal hurricane season, but a little bit of a lighter October, November. So maybe one or two fewer storms. But this is definitely the season where you don't want to let your guard down.
All right, and let's go ahead and listen in as this news conference gets underway.
Intensity forecast by as much as 20%. This year, the P3 are celebrating 50 years of service thanks to the talented professionals that operate and service them, as well as our stakeholders that support us. Despite their age, they are equipped with state-of-the-art technology inside and out, making these aircraft highly capable tools for observing hurricanes. An additional aircraft that's not here with us today, but is part of the observation suite, is the high-altitude Hurricane Hunter, which is a Gulfstream 4. The Gulfstream flies at 45,000 feet, flying above and around hurricanes to observe and detect weather systems, such as steering currents that affect the cyclone below. The P3s behind me fly at about 10,000 feet through the eye wall of a hurricane using turboprop engines, a long-standing proven technology in one of the world's riskiest flight environments. The aircraft carry a suite of specialized instrumentation used to help us better understand and forecast hurricane intensity, structure, and the hazards that impact the communities in the path of these storms. For example, the P3's tail Doppler and lower fuselage radar systems scan the storm vertically and horizontally, giving scientists and forecasters a real-time, three-dimensional look at the storm that no other aircraft can obtain. These are the only aircraft in the world equipped with tail Doppler radars. Wingtip sensors measure water and ice content within hurricane rain bands that work to improve rainfall forecasts. And at the same time, additional instruments are capturing ocean surface winds, precipitation structure, 3D winds, and ocean wave heights in better detail than ever before. NOAA's ability to adapt the Hurricane Hunter aircraft configuration and test new instruments helps us deliver even new, more valuable information to the forecasters, while also being a flying test laboratory for rapidly evolving technology. One technological advancement to note is deploying uncrewed aircraft from these P3s into the storm environment. These drones, launched from the P3s, can dwell for long periods of time in the vertical profile, collecting essential low-altitude data on tropical cyclone structure. Last year, for the first time, one achieved a record-setting 120-minute flight duration and provided the first-ever video from an uncrewed aircraft system from inside the storm. From the ports around the Gulf and East Coast, NOAA also deploys autonomous uncrewed marine systems to intercept these storms and gather critical ocean observations. All of the data collected by our aircraft and uncrewed systems is provided to the meteorologists at NOAA's National Hurricane Center. This real-time data allows them to constantly refine the forecast, helping them to keep people safe, allow communities to prepare, and minimize unnecessary evacuations. While technology continually advances, the most valuable resource that operations rely on today is our dedicated team of technical professionals and NOAA Corps officers. They are crucial for operating and maintaining our aircraft, and they are part of NOAA's team that is dedicated to serving the public. Today's annual Atlantic Hurricane Outlook is one of the many ways the agency offers to encourage the public to prepare ahead of and throughout the hurricane season. I would now like to introduce our next speaker. This individual has been a scientific leader in weather prediction for most of his professional career. Please join me in welcoming NOAA's 12th Undersecretary of Commerce for Oceans and Atmospheres and the NOAA Administrator, Dr. Neil Jacobs.
Thank you, Admiral Carey, for that introduction, and also thank you for hosting this event. I would like to express my deepest appreciation to the team here at AOC, the Hurricane Hunter pilots, the crew, the maintenance folks that maintain these planes. We're here to announce NOAA's 2026 hurricane season outlook, but before I get to the numbers, I want to recognize the incredible efforts and expertise and dedication of the NOAA's workforce. NOAA is home to the world's leading scientists, model experts, and meteorologists. Their work ensures public safety, national security, and enhancement of the U.S. economy. In the National Weather Service, we have forecasters that issue accurate forecasts across the country 24/7 for all types of severe weather. I know we're talking about hurricanes today, but they're working all year long. Winter storms, tornadoes, floods, wildfire events. All the models that we run at INCEP, the National Center for Environmental Prediction. This includes the National Hurricane Center. I'd love to thank the National Hurricane Center for their excellent work, particularly last year where they set a new record in forecast accuracy for intensification. Hurricane Melissa was accurately predicted to rapidly intensify before the storm even developed. We also have NOAA Research. This is where the numerical weather prediction is developed. These are the folks that develop the models. We have the Hurricane Analysis and Forecast System, or HAFS, which is going to be our flagship model this year for cyclone intensity. They also work on cutting-edge development of instruments. This includes the drones and the gliders. We're now getting into the world of running artificial intelligence-based forecast models. This work's being developed there too, as well as the work at Hurricane Research Division, which advances our understanding of rapid intensification of these storms. We have the National Ocean Service, which develops the coastal and ocean models, obviously essential to understanding sea surface temperature and air-sea interaction. They also manage the ocean observing systems, ensure the waterways and the ports are open after a storm. We have NESDIS, the branch that handles NOAA satellites. We have geostationary satellites, which are the GOES, which you're probably familiar with the visible satellite imagery of these hurricanes, and also the infrared. But we also have low Earth orbiting satellites with JPSS. This is where the microwave sounders come in. This is the data that drives a lot of the numerical weather prediction models. We also have the Marine Aviation and Operations, as well as the NOAA Corps, the folks which you see here today. They're in charge of the ships, the planes, all the data collection, not just for hurricanes, but also fisheries management, among other things. Behind me, we have the two P3s, Kermit and Miss Piggy, celebrating their 50th anniversary of flying into storms. These are 8 to 10 hour flights. They have the tail Doppler radar, which you just heard about. They deploy dropsondes. We also have a high altitude jet, and we'll bring in another 2 online here soon. These are the planes that fly over the storms and deploy instruments through the storms. All this data goes into the computer models to better generate our forecasts. I'm incredibly proud of the amazing work that these public servants do for our country. Okay, on to the numbers. For the Atlantic hurricane season, NOAA is predicting a below normal season for 2026, with roughly a 55% chance of being below normal, a 35% chance of near normal, and a 10% chance of above normal. This equates to 8 to 14 named storms with winds at or above 39 miles an hour. Of these, 3 to 6 hurricanes with winds at or above 74 miles an hour, and 1 to 3 major hurricanes, that's your category 3 to 5, with winds at or above 111 miles an hour. In the central and eastern Pacific, we're expecting a 70% chance of above normal activity. The eastern Pacific, we're expecting 15 to 22 named storms, 9 to 14 hurricanes, 5 to 9 major hurricanes. And in the central Pacific, we're expecting 5 to 13 tropical cyclones. These percentages are based on multiple factors that represent a probabilistic distribution, which includes a lot of information. But even though we're expecting a below average season in the Atlantic, it's very important to understand that it only takes one. We have had category 5s make landfall in the past during below average seasons. What's driving this forecast is largely an El Nino event. There's a 98% chance of El Nino conditions occurring later this season, and an 80% chance that this El Nino will be moderate to strong. In the Atlantic, the El Nino increases the vertical wind shear, which disrupts the outflow at higher levels. It makes it harder for development of the eastern waves coming off of Africa to strengthen into storms. However, in the central and eastern Pacific, the El Nino reduces the vertical wind shear, essentially the opposite of the Atlantic, which is why we're expecting above average season in addition to the warmer sea surface temperatures there. We have several new observing systems that we're bringing online this year. As you heard about earlier, we have uncrewed aircraft systems. We tested these over the last couple of years with Black Swift drones used operationally this year for the first time in the HAFS model. The tests that we ran in the experiments last year showed that the inclusion of this data from these drones increased the intensity forecast accuracy by roughly 10%. We also have uncrewed surface vehicles and submersible gliders. In addition to the observing systems, we're doing a lot of work on the modeling front. We're introducing an AI-based version of the GFS, as well as an AI global ensemble forecast system, the hybrid GEFS. We also have a new AI-based hurricane forecast model that we've developed in partnership with Google DeepMind, which we used experimentally in last year's hurricane season. There are also advances in the physics-based models. The Unified Forecast System has been testing an experimental high-resolution seasonal forecast system. We also have the Office of Water Prediction, which will be rolling out high-resolution flood inundation mapping, which couples to the hydrological forecast. This provides the emergency managers visualization of predicted inundation at the street and neighborhood level. The Hurricane Center has some new communication products as well. They're implementing a new version of the forecast cone, which was tested last year. This cone includes tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings in inland areas. We're also issuing new products and services in support of storm surge forecasting for the Hawaiian Islands. Lastly, the Hurricane Center is testing an experimental version of even a newer cone. Since 2007, the cone has been based on absolute track error, but this new experimental cone accounts for forward motion and directional or lateral uncertainty. This is a much better way to independently visualize uncertainty in both direction and timing. For the official forecast guidance, go to hurricanes.gov. June 1st is almost here. Be ready, have a plan, listen to your state and local emergency managers. Preparation is essential. You can learn more at ready.gov. For more on storm preparedness, I'll now welcome National Weather Service Director Ken Graham.
Thank you, Dr. Jacobs. Some great information there for everybody, and highlighting some big improvements going forward. So it's a very exciting time. So just thank you, and thank you, Admiral Carey, as well. So just saluting this incredible team behind us. And I just wanted to definitely echo what Dr. Jacobs said, just saluting the employees of NOAA, just an amazing group. I don't know, every day I seem to be more humbled to be at the helm of the Weather Service, and just looking at the whole crew here in blue and others supporting this mission. We can't do it without you, so just a big thank you. Great to be here at AOC. Just an amazing place, a lot of operations, but I definitely want to thank somebody that's here on stage. This is our lead seasonal hurricane forecaster, Matt Rosencrans. These numbers, right? They're just not, just generated by random. There's a lot of science that goes in to these numbers every single year. So I want to thank Matt and your team for everything that you've done, and also congratulate Matt, because this will be his last seasonal outlook, as he's going to our lab to train the next generation of Outlook scientists, which is absolutely amazing. So I'm glad to have him in the test bed train the next generation. So he's absolutely amazing, and he's here with his dad. His dad put your hand up there. So congratulate both of them here for such a great job and all these years of service. So seriously, being able to train the next generation is a huge thing. But on behalf of NOAA, the Weather Service, and quite frankly, the American people, thanks for your service. Just absolutely amazing amount of work over the years. So it's great to be here, and I really salute the aircraft operations folks. Wow. I got to fly in to Hurricane Helene, and one of these, I'm not sure which one behind me, I didn't look where they were parked, but it was an amazing experience, but just an incredible mission. Heroes, honestly. They go towards the storm so we can get people away from the storm. It's just quite simple as that. So what you all do is just amazing. We can't do it without you. So we've never been more prepared for hurricane season as we are now. Dr. Jacobs highlighted some of the new models, the new technology, the service improvements. So it's absolutely amazing. Looking at the new cone from the National Hurricane Center, just saluting everyone there, always progressing, always going forward, just being able to have the inland effects, just the cone doesn't stop. The impacts don't stop on the coast. The impacts go way inland, and we've seen that over and over and over again, including most of the fatalities end up being inland as well. So as a result, looking at a cone that highlights all those inland threats is a big step forward for the public to understand what these threats are. And Dr. Jacobs also talked about the experimental cone. You almost got to retrain yourself a little bit, because we always talked about the last 5 years of error, and 67% of the time the center stays in the cone, 1/3 out. We've got to retrain ourselves. It's okay. So having this new cone, I think, is a big step forward to actually represent about 90% of the possibilities of where the center could be. I think is a big leap forward. So kudos to that new representation of it. I do want to announce as well, with the flood inundation mapping that Dr. Jacobs mentioned, by the end of September, we'll have 100% of the country covered. This was a long effort. And a lot of you in the media know this is a game changer, and I hear it from the states, I hear it from the counties, I hear it across the board, across the country. They said, hey, this is a game changer for us to be able to represent what could flood in a storm, or even a thunderstorm or a hurricane or whatever it may be. So that is a huge step forward. And you heard the forecast for the Pacific, so having those services for Hawaii for the first time ever, we're going to be able to issue storm surge watches and warnings for Hawaii, for most of the islands, the main islands of Hawaii, just like we do for the mainland, Puerto Rico as well, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. So that is a big leap forward as we really look at potential tropical surge flood mapping and all that for the Hawaiian Islands. So just really excited about that. The other tool that is new, and this one's exciting as well, getting some really good feedback on this one, it's the Urban Rain Rate Dashboard. So it's a new tool that we're really launching this year to look at urban areas, cities. There's 60 cities represented, And ahead of time, you'll be able to see what the dangers are from flooding. Actually look at the information in those urban areas that are particularly dangerous for flash flooding, as there's, the runoff isn't there, so you can get flash flooding really quick in these urban areas. So please check out all of these new products and services and everything into this season. It's exciting. So, look, preparedness. You've got to do it early. I don't know. It's a nice day. Hangar doors are open. Now's the time to start thinking about your Hurricane Preparedness Day. The sun is shining. Let's get it done. So early preparedness is absolutely everything, period, end of story. The actions that you take today really get you ready for the hurricane season. So we're ready, right? We're ready. So we need to get the American public ready as well. And don't let words like below or average, don't let all those words change the way you prepare. And Dr. Jacobs, you said it just takes one. And you go back in time, I can think of some of these. Betsy was a September storm in 1965, and Louisiana still talks about Betsy. You think about 1983 is an August storm, Alicia, still talking about Alicia. 1992, Andrew was an August storm as well. So even in below average, even if you have a few storms, they could be big ones. So we got to be ready. The other, I'm going to repeat this every single time I do this, is the fact that, I think not just officials, but the public thinks the big storms are going to come across the Atlantic. You're going to see them. You're going to have weeks' notice, plenty of time. That is not the case. And this stat hit me when I was at NAC. It hit me. I never forgot it, and it still hits me today. Looking back in time at our records, every Category 5 that's made landfall in this country was a tropical storm or less 3 days out. So they rapidly intensify. They get here quick. So everybody, you think you might have a week on your timeline. The reality is you may only have days. That's why that preparedness early is absolutely everything, and I will repeat that in this position, next position, retirement. I don't care what it is over the next 20 years. I'm going to keep repeating that stat constantly. The other one, too, is especially a season like this, there'll never be a Hurricane Justa. We'll never make that a name. There's no such thing as just a Cat 1, just a tropical storm, just a Cat 2. That is absolutely not the case. It doesn't matter what it is. You got to look at the size, the forward motion. Little wiggles matter on the impacts. Even the smallest storm, if it's slow enough and big enough, is going to create catastrophic flooding and storm surge. All right? There's no such thing as Hurricane Justa. We've got to make sure the public pays attention to every single one of these systems and the actual impacts, not the category, not the name, but the actual impacts associated with that storm. And that includes the tornadoes, heavy rain, damaging winds, even the high surf and rip currents as well, including the storm surge. So flooding, we got to talk about flooding. I mean, we just got to keep repeating over and over the dangers of flooding. So you look at the last 10 years, over half of the deaths are flooding, and a lot of those are inland, and most of those are in vehicles. So we know what's causing the fatalities. So we've got to get the word out. We've got to get the preparedness out. We need everybody's help to be able to do that. So being able to look at where you live in a flood zone and be prepared for that, and where you got to go in the evacuations, getting ready, getting your home ready, looking at that evacuation plan. And I don't think the public totally realizes 6 inches of fast-moving water will knock you off your feet. 12 inches will carry most cars away. And even people that think I got some big, giant SUV, well, guess what? About a couple feet of water will wash that one away, too. It doesn't matter. So we've got to keep reminding people of these things. Turn around. Don't drown. We've got to keep reminding everybody of that. Develop that evacuation plan now. And I think the big thing is, please, you heard it already said by Dr. Jacobs, please listen to those local officials. A lot of people say they don't evacuate because they don't want to sit in the traffic or travel 200-300 miles, when the reality is they may only have to go 10 or 20, 30 miles inland. Please listen to the local officials. You have to understand what you have to do ahead of time and have that plan. Begin planning early and being able to do that. Check on your neighbors, check on your family. Make sure to have that preparedness kit for weeks ahead of time. Make sure you got days, if not a week, of supplies ahead of time. Right now there's no lines. Stock up. Stock up now. That's what I would do. It's a perfect time to go get that information. The non-perishable food, medicine. The last winter storm event really opened my eyes on something. There were a lot of fatalities for people that didn't account for medicine and dialysis. We have to remind people over and over, you're not going to have access to those things for a week or more after a storm. They have to be prepared for these things. So any special needs like that, we got to remind them, be ready, because those are preventable if we can get them ahead of time. And also make sure we account for the pets. Too many heartbreaking stories after these events, seeing the pets wandering around. Got to account for the pets going forward. So planning on no electricity for weeks. Make sure to have that. The radio, the flashlight, the NOAA weather radio, still the greatest tool. Have it. We got it. It'll alert you. It'll get the information when you need it. A couple of places to get information. The National Hurricane Center. Go to hurricanes.gov. Get the latest. That's part of the story. Maybe the biggest. Have the latest information. That forecast changes. There's something called, there's an old term, when you look at the first forecast, you lock onto that. There's some social science that says that you can't lock onto that first forecast. You got to pay attention to it. It can change with time. So got to go to hurricanes.gov, get the latest. Go to weather.gov. The forecast offices across the country getting the information out going forward is huge. And also ready.gov. We'll hear more about that here in a little bit with FEMA. And listo.gov, para información sobre la tormenta en español. So there's information to get in Spanish as well for the Spanish-speaking community. Listen to those local officials, and I'm going to wrap this up. Look, even after the storm, it's still dangerous. You need the media's help, right? People think the storm's passed, I'm all safe. You're not, right? The indirect fatalities associated with these tropical systems usually exceed the direct. What a statement. So they exceed the direct. So that's everything from down power lines, displaced wildlife, that's contaminated water, gas leaks. This is harsh, but it's real, and I say it every time. After a storm, it's not the time to read how to use your chainsaw for the first time. These are the realities of what we deal with. We see what hurts people, and that we need the media to keep reminding people. Generator safety, I will also scream and yell as loud as I can about the generator safety after Hurricane Laura with a, 18-foot storm surge, Mike. We lost more people to generator safety than we did the storm surge. We've got to keep reminding people to use generators safely outdoors, away from your windows. So we're ready. Folks, we're ready more than ever at NOAA for the hurricane season. We need everybody to be ready as well. I'm going to give a chance for FEMA here to hear from FEMA. So we're lucky and fortunate here, excited to have Region 4 Administrator from FEMA, Rob Ash.
Below normal 2026 hurricane season. That's the word from NOAA announcing their outlook for the 2026 Atlantic hurricane season. Before we hear from FEMA officials here, we're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you back live to Lakeland, where we have heard the release from NOAA talking about their hurricane season outlook, predicting a below normal Atlantic hurricane season, 8 to 14 named storms, 1 to 3 potentially major hurricanes. Let's go ahead and listen in now. An official from FEMA speaking live right now at this event. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
The last thing that I'll say is that emergencies or disasters are locally executed. They're state managed and they're federally supported. So FEMA understands that we have a vital role in ensuring that we're going to be there for Americans on their worst day. But we also understand that we don't supplant the state, and we have tremendous partners across this nation who are ready and who have the ability to go out and take care of their citizens. So one of the things that I definitely want to make sure that we do as I transition to a close here is make sure that folks understand it is important to listen to and heed the advice that is given by your local authorities. They're closest to your specific area. They're the ones that are able to understand the details of what's happening inside of your county, inside of your city. So please start there. Make sure that you heed the advice and the warnings that you get from them. You will get plenty of early warning from other places. You'll get assistance from FEMA in terms of things that you can do to be ready for the storm. You've just heard ready.gov, and it's an excellent place to start. And it allows you to look and see what are some of those things that you need to start doing in preparation. And in terms of preparation, there's preparation for yourself inside of your own home, but also preparation where you're looking to see are there elderly family members or friends that you might need to think about? Do you have others in your community that might be at risk in the event that there's a storm? So we want to make sure that we're kind of thinking about not just ourselves but the others, because response starts at the local level first, and sometimes that first responder might be the neighbor next door. I want to echo the comments about what happens after the storm passes. And so we shouldn't be so quick to kind of want to get out of the house, because sometimes the conditions just don't allow it. One of the biggest threats that we have are down power lines, and what we need to do is make sure that we give enough time for the local authorities to get out and make sure that things are safe, make sure that rescue operations that need to occur are not going to be hampered, and that we're able to have that 3 to 5 days of perishable food and water, so that if we are in a position where we have to be at home, we have what we need. The final thing I'll close with, again, we have tremendous state partners, and we work very closely with them in preparation of a storm. The things that you've heard today about the increases in our ability to forecast are really going to assist us. This FEMA team is focused on making sure that we're doing the things that we need to do to prepare for this season, and we're excited about the opportunity to continue to work with our partners here today.
Thank you, Rob. Before we move on to the Q&A portion of our news conference, I would like to reintroduce Matt Rosencrans, NOAA's lead hurricane seasonal forecaster. Thank you, Matt, for all your work over the years. And now we will open up the floor to questions and answers. For reporters in the room, please raise your hand, and a member of our team will bring the mic over to you. For those of you joining us virtually, a reminder, you may ask a question by using the Q&A feature in the virtual platform. My colleague Marissa Anderson will read those questions from our experts. If possible, let us know who your question is directed to. We will do our best to answer all the questions in the remaining time available. And now we'll kick it off with the first reporter question from the room. What you got? Yes, sir.
My question is for Dr. Jacobs. This one? Hi. My question is for Dr. Jacobs. You mentioned the use of AI starting to play more of a role this year. Where do you see that going in the coming years, and how much of a difference do you think it will make as we move forward?
So we're looking at AI in several different areas. When it comes to the full prediction of weather, we are looking at and operationally running end-to-end artificial intelligence-based prediction systems, which are trained on historical reanalysis. The important thing to know is that a lot of the historical reanalysis still uses a physics-based model to assimilate data. So whether we're talking physics-based or AI-based, these are all initial value problems. So we're never going to get away from the need to observe the atmosphere with these instruments. We're also using AI in the physics-based models to optimize some of the computations. So these physics-based models are millions of lines of code, and some of these parameterizations you can replicate with machine learning. All it does is replicate it, but it does it on a fraction of the compute. So there's a lot of efficiencies to be gained there. And then going further upstream, we're using AI as far as doing analysis and quality control on the observing systems themselves. So from the entire value chain, we're looking at using AI in different ways.
Interesting to hear them discuss the use of AI. NOAA officials taking questions right now from reporters. At this,
Laurel Blanchard, Fox 35 News. From last year, what are the lessons learned kind of going into this season? Because last year, of course, we saw the rapid intensification of Melissa. A couple of P3 missions actually had to abort mission because of the intensity of that storm. And you mentioned in the 2026 outlook that it only takes one storm and rapid intensification is possible. So what are the lessons learned from 2025 that you're taking into 2026 season with that in mind?
Ken, do you want to take that one? Okay.
You brought up Hurricane Melissa, and I think I was thinking about it, Mike. I don't know if we ever talked about it, but you think about going to Jamaica with that storm and how it rapidly intensified. I mean, you talk about it only takes one. So move the Bermuda High over the Atlantic. How far, Mike? What do you think? 300, 400, 500 miles to the west. And then all of a sudden the storms curve a little closer to home. So you don't have to change a lot of the parameters to be able to get those storms in here. So that's why we always say, just make sure to make sure everybody has that early plan. So that's one of the biggest lessons learned is we just can't let our guard down. And I think, just back to some of the social science, you got to be able to remind the public, you have a season that wasn't as busy, or they hear the words below, or we don't have a storm. You can't predict when in the season, but if it's a late start, then people let their guard down. So the biggest lesson for me is just fortifying our messaging of that early preparedness. That everyone has to be ready, because it doesn't have to be a scramble at the last minute if everybody has a plan. Yep.
Thank you.
Good question there from Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard at this news conference. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Give you a live look at the White House, where we are anticipating remarks from President Trump, expected to speak with the EPA administrator inside the Oval Office any minute now. We will monitor that and get you there to hear from the president. But right now, I want to get you back a lot closer to home, Lakeland, Florida, Polk County, where we are hearing from officials with NOAA, the National Weather Service, FEMA. They are now answering questions after we heard their outlook for the 2026 Atlantic hurricane season, predicting 8 to 14 named storms and 1 to 3 major hurricanes. Here's the numbers here, kind of what that is looking like compared to the prediction from the Colorado State University forecasters that released their outlook just a couple of weeks ago. Let's go ahead and listen back in live.
Right here. This question could be for anyone. Brittany Gomez from WeatherBug. I live on the Florida West Coast, grew up here, and Milton, Helene were huge storms for the West Coast. People have lived here 30 plus years and have never seen anything like that in terms of the storm surge. And a huge problem that we faced was a lot of people didn't want to leave their homes on the coast because I've been through this storm, I've been through that storm, I can handle it, I'm not leaving my home. So what is your message on those people when it comes to not only this hurricane season, but ones going forward, where we get hurricanes and people don't really get the perspective of where they are relative to the storm impacts? Because we've had many storms impact the Florida West Coast, but none of them with the storm surge numbers that we saw from Milton and Helene.
Yeah, Ken, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, and I just appreciate that question because it gets into, you've heard me mention social science 3 or 4 times, and what we have to do a better job making sure that it's one thing to say, hey, get ready for hurricane season, but you have to understand the specifics of why does a person choose not to evacuate. And there's real reasons. I mean, they will cite my pets. I don't want to leave the pets. Well, you work with the local community, you work with emergency management, there's solutions to that. There's others that I'm going to wait for the next forecast because it hasn't happened in a while. Maybe it'll change. Maybe, just crossing your fingers doesn't save your life. So you have to be able to be ready. The other part is there's the visualizations historically of evacuations, long lines of traffic and not knowing where to go. Again, I'm urging everybody, and I spent 4 years in Florida, so I talk to a lot of people and I hear these things. They vision that, but that's not the real case. They don't have to go far. So if you're on the west coast of Florida and you have one of these storms, that storm surge is very coastal. Now the wind, right, you have to think about a safe place for the wind, and you have the rainfall part of it, but the deadly part, the actual highest chance of fatalities is that storm surge part of it. You don't have to get away very far. So where do you go? 5, 10, 20 miles. That's what we got to keep educating people on. They don't have to go to Atlanta if you live in Fort Myers. Right? Go stay somewhere, maybe in Orlando, you'll be okay. So that part of it, it's more than just preparedness. It's the specifics of identifying why somebody doesn't evacuate and get to that. The other part is something's going to happen to my home. Right? These are real things that people say. So we got to educate them. Yeah, that might happen, but it's not worth your life. And it's very difficult. And then there's the other part of it, too. Some people can't. So, the reality is we spend a lot of time up here talking about having a preparedness kit and do different things. There are some folks that may not be able to afford that. Or some people that are worried about evacuating because they got to spend money on the hotel. So that's where they have to get with their local emergency manager, see where those shelters are. And there's a lot of resources out there, but they have to ask if that sort of thing. And the medicine, I'm telling you, that winter storm really hit me hard with some of the loss of life associated with medical. The dialysis was significant loss of life there. So I think there's an education, though. If you have special needs, there are resources, but do that now. Don't do it during a storm because everybody's busy, right? Do it now. Find out what those resources are. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Ken, good to see you. Chris with WPBF. I've got 3 challenges.
Yeah.
We've got new people that have infiltrated South Florida in our area. That's a challenge.
Yeah.
I've got complacency with older folks that have been in our area. And I've got Milton tornadoes that we had the most deadly and historic outbreak that we had in my viewing area. Do we have to go back to the basics and go back to square one to educate these folks, because you have those newbies that have never been through a hurricane season before and don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I even poked fun at myself up here for repeating things. You can't repeat it enough. So yeah, every single time when you all out, and the media's out there, the Weather Service is out there, NOAA's out there doing the preparedness, going to schools, going to, reaching the folks that need us the most. Yes, you have to go with the basics, because let's face it, everybody in here, we know a lot about this, don't we? I don't think we assume some of the ground floor of knowledge all the time with some of the folks we're talking to. Does that make sense? I mean, we say all these things, but you do have to go back to the basics. So you have the new folks from all over the country that come here for the experience their first hurricane season, and the population keeps growing, so you have more and more of them, and of course the elderly. So I think the other thing too is I encourage. I got to say this the right way. I encourage us to be in the right places to reach the right audiences for preparedness, because often we speak to groups that are pretty weather savvy. Does that make sense? Are we at the homeowners associations? Are we talking to the people with pets? Are we talking to the elderly? Are we talking to the new people? How do we find venues to really identify those people that need us the most? Does that make sense? So I think we need to do better at those type of things. And we're not alone. It's the media, it's the Weather Service, it's FEMA, it's the emergency managers, state level across the country, and county and parish level as well. So we know, I guess the last thing is, we knew who was losing their lives in hurricanes for decades. It was storm surge. We went after it. We went after it. We went after the people that are losing their lives. So we have a storm surge watch and warning. We have inundation mapping. And guess what? It's no longer the leading cause of fatalities. It's more rip currents. It's inland flooding. So when we know who's losing their lives, we know where to attack. Does that make sense? And that's where we need to focus. Yeah.
We're going to take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now inside the Oval Office. We are hearing from President Trump, who is announcing the rollback of some Biden-era energy restrictions. This is part of a push to lower costs. It's ending some regulations on refrigerators, air conditioners, those kinds of things. Again, these are energy restrictions and something that the president says will help lower costs. You also see Senator Ashley Moody standing right in the Oval Office there as well, Republican from Florida. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Owner Ann Guthier. Ann? Because it's Ann, I'm going to. Columbiana Foods co-owner Ron Graff Sr. Right here? Right behind. Hello, Ron. Neiman Foods President Richard Neiman. Right here, sir. Hi, Richard. Piggy, well, that's a nice, Piggly Wiggly franchise owner. And that's a big company, too. It's actually a cute name. Kevin McDaniel. Where's Kevin? How is that name playing? Good?
Piggly Wiggly, right.
Piggly Wiggly. I've heard that, actually. That's great. Franchise owner, Kevin. So you met Kevin. And Food Fresh owner, Michael Gay.
Right
Food
here.
Fresh? Hi, Michael. How are you, Michael? And this is a representative group of very large-scale retailers. Under the Biden administration, the so-called technology transition rule, which was crazy, forced companies to adopt specific high-cost refrigerants, massively driving up the price of transporting and storing refrigerants and various goods. Many grocery stores and restaurants had no choice but to replace their refrigerators entirely. They went out of business, half of them. And these costs rose. Americans faced higher grocery prices and reduced access to critical medical supplies. It was a very catastrophic thing that they did. At the same time, this rule also drove up the cost of living by forcing consumers to purchase higher cost residential air conditioning units. They went up very substantially in cost, and also they were going to be obsolete very quickly. It created national security risk by adding additional hurdles to the already complicated process of manufacturing semiconductors. So it was a mess. Likewise, the so-called emissions rule imposed crippling leak repair requirements on virtually all existing large-scale refrigeration systems, hurting consumers and small businesses, making it almost impossible for many small businesses to even buy inferior equipment. And this is all across the country. The higher cost threatened thousands of jobs and was passed on in the form of higher prices and higher taxes. Today's reforms will deliver significant financial relief, saving American families and businesses more than $2.4 billion. Think of that, each year. Thanks to today's reforms, the American people have lower grocery prices, cheaper transportation of goods, lower cost of air conditioning, at no detriment at all to our country. Zero, including environmental detriment. My administration's historic deregulatory agendas already saved our country an estimated $1.2 trillion. That's been done over a relatively short period of time. 1.2 trillion with a T. We're committed to fixing and really completely ending Biden's disastrous regulatory policies and delivering financial relief to each and every American, which is what we're doing. This was a tremendous burden, a tremendous cost. These people had to live with it, not only refrigerants, but a lot more. And it was making the equipment unaffordable. And the actual benefit was nothing. It just made it worse. It made life worse, and it made it worse, and it drove up costs tremendously. So now I'd like to ask Administrator Lee Zeldin, who's absolutely fantastic. He's doing an incredible job. We're proud of you, Lee. Really, the job you're doing is incredible. Followed by Greg, Kevin, and Michael. Is that okay? Lee, go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As you know, many Americans were expressing a lot of frustration and anger of this rushed, frantic, reckless sprint by the Biden administration to phase out reliable equipment for grocery stores, for restaurants, and for homes. And the consequences, well, they've been devastating. And once again, the Trump administration is answering the call, which will lower the cost of living for hardworking American families. Now look at this chart to your far right. Today's actions are saving over $2.4 billion for American families. It's safeguarding 350,000 jobs. Just at supermarkets alone, we're going to see a savings of $800 million, which Americans will be able to see when they go and buy their food. The Biden EPA face planted when trying to jam through their restrictions. Americans who wanted to be able to fix their equipment were instead being required to buy far more costly new equipment, and that just doesn't make any sense. Refrigeration trucks were being handed impossible restrictions to meet. And once again, here we are in the Oval Office. President Trump is righting another wrong. At the Trump EPA, we are proudly implementing President Trump's agenda every single day and delivering for the American people.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Lee. Look, on behalf of the Kroger Company, and we operate about 2,700 supermarkets, an orderly transition of equipment reduces both capital costs and operating costs. And at the end of the day, that's good for consumers because we're able to take that and put that into lowering prices, which is the key objective that we have in our business. So thank you very much.
And you were able to save a lot of money and put it elsewhere by not having to do this ridiculous.
Exactly. So it allows us, instead of having to outlay more capital at a faster rate and more operating costs to change that equipment.
Well, to replace a refrigerator that's working perfectly, right?
Yeah. So that allows us, obviously these things have a lifespan, but an orderly transition allows us to move through that in a way which keeps the price of groceries down, and that's something that we're, desperately focusing on, Mr. President.
Great. Thank you very much. Next.
My name is Kevin McDaniel. We operate 14 Piggly Wiggly stores in North Florida, Alabama, and Georgia. On behalf of NGA, the Piggly Wiggly family, which has about 250 stores in the Southeast, we want to thank President Trump for rolling this terrible Biden legislation back, because without it, there would have been a lot of independents out of business. And what people don't realize is it's just not a refrigerant change. It was a equipment change. And those equipment per store, you take a store, our stores run from 25 to 50,000 square feet. You could look for $800,000 to $1.5 million per store to do a change out. That would have done.
The new equipment would not be as good as the old equipment.
No, absolutely not.
It would be inferior equipment because you weren't able to use a refrigerant.
It was thrown together too fast. The technology's not there yet. It's just way too fast. That's the problem. Good idea, but it's terrible. So you would have had all these independents go out of business. You'd had independents out of business, and you would have seen grocery prices soar. That's what would have happened if this would have went through. President Trump, thank you very much. On behalf of every independent in the United States, we cannot thank you enough for what you've done for us. Thank you so much.
I mean, just the bottom line is, so you have great equipment that works incredibly, takes care of your meats and foods and everything else, beautiful refrigeration systems. Take it out and replace it with stuff that barely works, costs a fortune, and it's no good. Think of it. And everyone's going to go bankrupt because the equipment is much more expensive on top of everything else. So the big thing now, we're going to get rid of the law that was signed quite a while ago, and we have to get rid of that because ultimately we want to make it permanent. There's no negative impact by having a good system, but there's a tremendous impact. I think it's going to be bad because a lot of people said the other stuff doesn't cool your product.
No, there's a problem with it.
It's so crazy. Please.
Michael Gay, have a single store, Food Fresh in Claxton, Georgia. And exactly, to echo everyone up here, these refrigeration costs, I'm the only store in a county of 10,000. I literally 2 years ago put in equipment that should have about 20 more years of useful life, and to replace literally every single piece of equipment in our store would have been unbelievably cost prohibitive, driving up costs as we fight every day to try to keep them as low as we can. And if that cost gets too high, especially attached to a regulation, do you have independent stores closed in neighborhoods that once I go away, you've created a food desert? So it's very beneficial that this happened today. It's much more complicated than anyone thinks, and to try to rush this through was just the wrong way to go. So we're very appreciative of you today.
Thank you. I have one grocer who's a friend of mine. He's pretty big, and he said, I'm going to go ahead of the schedule, and he actually replaced a lot of his equipment. He called me up. He said, "This crap doesn't work. It doesn't cool the food." So you know about that, right? What a shame. Okay, would anybody, Kevin, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, sir, that this is part of your overall deregulatory agenda, and the big number, 1.2 trillion, is the savings so far, but we're going to be hitting that every year. And we're rolling back stuff that everywhere we look, there's stuff that's as awful as this. And I think that really one of the leaders has been Lee, because the EPA has been a holdup for so many years. But Lee is just out there saving Americans money. And right now, again, if you look at that number, it's $14,000 per family has been saved at reduced cost because of your deregulatory.
Do we agree that Lee is an MVP MVP. No, he's done a great job, and he sees what's good, and he's a big environmentalist. I mean, he wants to make sure everything's good, but he also sees stupid things like this. Senator, would you like to each speak? Sure.
Well, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you for this, because this hits our goal of trying to keep prices low for working families in America, the cost of food. I have the Graff family here right behind it. They operate 3 grocery stores in Columbiana County. They had already upgraded their refrigeration systems a few years ago. This was going to cost them millions of more dollars in Columbiana County, which is not an affluent county. It has a grocery store in East Liverpool, Ohio, which is the hometown of the late, great Lou Holtz. And these people, not only would it raise food costs, but it might force them to shut a grocery store down so that the town didn't even have a grocery store. So you're saving money for working families and their grocery prices. You're also saving grocery stores so that we don't have food deserts in rural places across our country.
Yep.
Mr. President, I think it is so important that the people see what you choose to hang right by your desk, which is the Declaration of Independence, which is a reminder that government at its core is supposed to function in a way that allows people the opportunity to pursue happiness and not work against them by coming up with regulations that just make it harder to live, more expensive to live. And from day one, I remember standing with you with the same crew of folks. From day one, you have been digging into all of these regulations that are issued with no thought to how they affect real people and real small businesses and businesses trying to step up and provide jobs and lift up their communities. Thank you for that. Thank you for getting back to the core of what government is supposed to be, and that is working in the interests of the people.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good job. Thank you, everybody. So any questions, please?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. How much do you expect this will save the average American family every week on groceries? And do you expect this change to help Republicans?
Okay, very, very substantial. They're going to be a big saving. We're breaking it down. In fact, numbers are coming out this afternoon sometime, but the average family will save a lot of money, and you can have stores. You know, nobody actually thought of it until it was mentioned this morning. You will have stores closing down in areas where they're not going to have a store anymore. That's right. And you really are being forced to spend money, much more money, on much more expensive equipment that really doesn't work. This friend of mine is a very savvy guy, and you know, big league stuff, and he put some in because he wanted to see, and he said the stuff doesn't work. It doesn't cool the food properly. That's why they call the thing that we're talking about a refrigerant for a reason. It's a refrigerant. So that's it. Please, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President Trump. Are there any assurances from the grocery chains that they'll pass these savings down to the consumers?
Well, let's ask Kroger about that. Come on. That's a very good question. You have the biggest right here.
Yeah. We're actually right in the middle of doing that at the moment. So we're concerned about the cost of living. It makes a big difference when you get your pricing right, and we certainly are interested in ensuring that all our customers right across the country are paying the right price.
You know, if it were the right thing to do, if it would be, you know, bad for the environment what they had, I'm all for it. I'm all for that stuff. But when you're forced to put in very inferior equipment that's not going to work, you're going to be wasting a lot of food product because it doesn't cool the food properly. And it's actually a bad thing, and the bad thing is more expensive than what they already have. And in many cases, they just put it in. You know, they just put in the other apparatus, and a lot of people have said they've spent money recently to do it. And then this rule came up out of nowhere, and the stuff they just put in, they have to change. I'd be all for changing if it, if it was good, even if it was a little bit good. But this is actually bad.
Yeah, do you not have any environmental concerns though with this?
No, there is no environmental concern, and Lee covered that really well. There's no environmental concern. It's not going to have any impact on the environment.
Mr. President, with many Americans concerned about affordability ahead of the midterms, there is some backlash from Senate Republicans to some of the other priorities, the ballroom and the anti-weaponization fund. You clearly still have a stronghold in the Republican Party. Your candidates did very well this week during the primaries, but are you losing control?
My candidates did well. Not all candidates did well.
But are you losing control of the Senate, sir? Are you losing control of the Senate Republicans?
I don't know. I really don't know. I can tell you, I only do what's right. I don't need money for the ballroom. I'm making a gift of the ballroom. This is the biggest misreporting that I've ever seen. The ballroom is being built. It'll cost. It was going to be $200 million. I've doubled the size of it because we need it, and it's being done in conjunction with the military and with the very much in conjunction with the military and Secret Service. We're on time, on budget. It's going beautifully. Have all the money I need. We're making a gift to the United States. They came along and they said, we want to make it the White House overall, more secure. And I understand that. Not for me, because I'll be gone. I'll be gone and you'll have somebody else in for hopefully hundreds of years. But that's what they're doing it for. The ballroom is paid for. It's a gift. I mean, I want to make it clear because so many people say, I thought you were giving this away. And all of a sudden, the money that they're spending is for security, having to do maybe around the ballroom and other parts of the house. But this is not for the ballroom. The ballroom is being a tremendous amount of what's being done with respect to the ballroom is for national security, including, as an example, a drone port on top of which was top secret until litigation made it less than top secret. But we have a drone port. We have the glass that's 4 inches thick, bulletproof glass. We have bulletproof walls. We have things. You need a place like this. But this is being made as a gift from me and other people that are great patriots that spend a lot of money. We're building what will be the finest ballroom anywhere in the world. If they want to spend money on securing the White House, I think it would be very, very much a good expenditure. But the ballroom is being built.
But what if Congress doesn't sign off on the security money, sir?
Then the White House won't be a very secure place.
But and then regarding Cuba, there was an aircraft carrier that just arrived there this week. An aircraft carrier. Are you sending that there to intimidate the Cuban government?
No, not at all. The Cuba, look, it's a failed country. Everybody knows it. They don't have electricity. They don't have money. They don't have really anything. They don't have food. And we're going to help them along, and we're going to help them because number one, I want to help them. I don't want to on a humanitarian basis, but we have the Cuban American population, much of it living in Miami and Florida. That's a great group of people, amazing group of people, industrious, they're great Americans. They've wanted this to happen. They want to go back to their country. They want to help their country. I hope they're going to stay here, but they want to go back. They want to invest in their country and, see if they can bring it back. Other presidents have looked at this for 50, 60 years doing something, and it looks like I'll be the one that does it, so we'd be happy to do it. We want to open it up to Cuban Americans where they can go back and help.
The CNC released a report this morning, their report on the last election on why you won and Democrats lost. One thing that it mentions is how they failed to reach Middle America, Southern Americans. Do you think they've learned lessons from that election, and have you seen that report?
I think the elections are so rigged, and we have to do something about it, and we're going to do something about it, but we cannot continue to have, and frankly, the Senate and the House, they ought to get together and they ought to pass the Save America Act so that you have voter ID, and it's so important you have proof of citizenship, little thing like proof of citizenship, and also mail-in voting, which is so crooked. So in Maryland, as you probably saw, they had 500,000 mail-in votes that were corrupt. They were corrupt. They said the printer made a mistake. Don't believe that. And they got caught with 500,000 mail-in ballots that were corrupt. We've got to stop it. We have a country that has a very corrupt. We have more corrupt elections than third world countries have. and we ought to get smart. Pass the Save America Act. That'll be a long way. You have voter ID, voter identification. The Democrats don't want to pass. Now, I'll tell you what, the Democrat voters do want to pass, 87%. But the Democrat politicians don't want to pass. And the reason is they'd never be elected again. Because with their policy of open borders, transgender for everyone, I call it transgender mutilization of your children for everybody, men playing in women's sports, all of the stuff that they do, high taxes. They want a tax hike. They voted in favor of high taxes. They voted against a tax cut. They voted in favor of men playing in women's sports. I don't know what these people are thinking. The only way they can win is to cheat, and that's what they want to do. And we ought to pass the Save America Act. Yeah, please.
Yes, Mr. President. I have two questions for you. One of them was to Philip. First about the ballroom and the second about Iran. First, I'm curious, what is the stone that you're going to be using? And I ask that for a reason, because I live in Stafford County, and you know a lot about history and stuff like that. So you know the stone that was quarried for the Capitol and the White House is from Stafford County. They still have quarries, so down there.
We're using marbles and granites, mostly marbles and granites.
All right, excellent. And then my second question is, the Vice President mentioned the other day there will be accommodations, they were willing to make accommodations with the Iranian deal. Could you kind of expand on those possible accommodations? Does that include...
When you say combination of what?
Accommodations, he's talking about accommodations as far as making a deal going. Is that
I don't know, I can't tell you. Right now we're negotiating, and we'll see. But either we're going to get it one way or the other. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. You know, when people hear it, because oftentimes they won't put up the second part of the sentence having to do with, I'll say, this is more important than anything that we have to talk about, and usually they'll cut it off, the fake news. I said, because this is the nuclearization of a country that some people would say is somewhat crazy, and we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all it is. We can't let it. You will have a nuclear war in the Middle East, and that war will come here. That war will go to Europe. We cannot let that happen, and it won't happen. It's not going to happen. That's more important than anything else. We can't. I can think of nothing that's more important than the fact that we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and we won't. Yeah, Jeff.
Following up on that, sir, Iran is negotiating with Oman to set up a formalization of charging tolls in the Strait of Hormuz. Is that acceptable to you?
Well, we're looking at it. We hear about it. They've negotiated. They've had a relationship with them before, and we'll see. We have total control of the Strait of Hormuz, as you know, with our blockade. The blockade's been 100% effective. Nobody's been able to get through. It's like a steel wall. It's our Navy. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world. We wiped out their Navy. We not wiped out their air. I think they're down to about, I would say we knocked out 85% of their missile capacity. It's very hard for them now to build missiles, to build drones. We have great drone technology, anti-drone technology now that, frankly, we didn't have even 2 months ago. We have unbelievable drone technology, both for making them and also for knocking them down. But look, we're going to either make sure they don't have a nuclear weapon, or we're going to have to do something very drastic. And the people of the country, I believe when it's put to the people of our country, they will all agree that we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Yes, Daniel?
Just let me just one follow-up on that. How do you want things to end up with the Strait of Hormuz, though? Would you like them to have...
Well, we want it open. We want it free. We don't want tolls. It's international. It's an international waterway. They're not charging tolls. Right now, they are losing $500 million a day is what it's projected. I don't know, it sounds like a lot of money, but whether it's 500 or 200 or 300, they're losing a lot of money. There hasn't been a ship that's been able to get through without our approval. And the Navy has done an amazing job. And no ship is going to Iran, as you know. No ship is going to, or out of Iran without our approval.
Can they keep their highly enriched uranium?
No, we get the highly enriched. We will get it. We don't need it. We don't want it. We'll probably destroy it after we get it, but we're not going to let them have it. Okay?
Mr. President, I have two questions. First on deregulation, the second on the Supreme Court. You, coming from business, you've seen the effects of what unnecessary red tape can do to business. Do you believe that given the amount of deregulatory actions taken along with this, the going back to the endangerment finding, the CAFE standards, the tax cuts, the tariffs, do you believe that you've made the United States the most pro-business, pro-investment country in the world?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question, because we are, for every one new regulation that we add, we're getting rid of 20 to 30 to 40, and now it's actually at even a number. In my first term, for every regulation that was added, we got rid of a minimum of 10. And I understand, Lee, that it's up to 43 or 44 right now. So if we add a regulation, we get rid of 43, 44. We're making it a much more pro-business, pro-people. Regulations are very costly for the people. They're bad for everybody. They're bad for jobs, bad for everybody. And we have, as of today, we have more people working in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. To me, it's one of my favorite stats. But we have more people today working in the United States than at any time in the history. And this is with the Iran conflict. That'll end soon, very soon. And when it ends, your gasoline prices will go down lower than they were before. I left Iowa a few months ago, and gasoline was at $1.85 a gallon. And we'll be hitting numbers like that again.
Mr. President, on the Supreme Court.
But we'll be hitting them in a much nicer way, by the way. We will be hitting them, and we will have a country that will not have a nuclear weapon. Yeah, Daniel?
So one is today.
Yeah, let me just finish with him.
On the Supreme Court, sir, we're still waiting for the decision on birthright citizens.
Yeah, birthright.
You attended the oral arguments of that. Can you just explain what's at stake with that decision, sir?
It's a big decision that we're waiting for from the Supreme Court. We had a terrible tariff decision. They cost our country a fortune. They said do it a different way. We're doing it a different way, but we're going to most likely have to pay back $149 billion. All they had to do is put a little sentence in there, half a sentence, saying that any monies paid don't have to be paid back. You're talking about the people in many cases that hate our country. Give them back money. It was a terrible decision. And it's not going to affect because we do the tariffs a different way. The tariffs are what's bringing in all of this money. It's really made our country rich, modernly rich. Now we have another one coming up, which is birthright citizenship. And we're the only country in the world that has it. You step into our country and you're all of a sudden a citizen. You come in a certain way. This was not meant for Chinese billionaires to have their children become citizens of our country. This was meant, or other rich people, poor people. This was meant for the babies of slaves. This was signed right after the Civil War. You look at the dates alone, immediately after. This was having to do with the babies of slaves. And people have used it. And if this is allowed to stand, it will be a disaster economically for our country. And you'll have 25% of the people coming into our country coming in through birthright citizenship. And we won't have any control. This decision by the Supreme Court is a very big one. They'll probably rule against me because they seem to like doing that. Frankly, I'm not happy with some of the decisions. Look at NIL. Look what they've done. Look what the courts have done to college sports. They're destroying college sports. They're destroying universities. But birthright citizens are a big deal. And literally, if that's allowed to stand, and again, this was a civil war. This was right after the Civil War, and it has to do with the babies of slaves. It doesn't have to do with the babies of very rich people coming into the country. One of them came in with 57 children, 57 children. They're using the system, and it's usually people that hate our country, if you want to know the truth. Birthright citizen is done by no other country in the world the way we're doing it. We're a laughing stock. And if the Supreme Court approves that decision, they have done a great disservice to the United States of America, just like they did a great disservice by costing us $149 billion on tariffs by saying do it a different way. Get the same result, do it a different way. We should have won that decision. We had a very strong, very powerful dissent. We had 3 dissents. So it wasn't like a unanimous decision by any means. We had very powerful dissents. When you read that dissent, people that read that dissent say, you really should have won this case. We should have won that case on tariffs. That case cost our country $149 million. It goes to people that hate our country. So now we have another one coming up, birthright citizenship. It would be a disgrace. It would be a disgrace if the Supreme Court of the United States allows that to happen. Remember what I said, 20 to 25% of the people coming into our country will come in through birthright citizenship. They'll become citizens through birthright citizenship, and it'll cost us numbers that are, I don't even think they're doable. And it's all up to a couple of people, and I hope they do what's right. Birthright citizenship is a disgrace. The fact that, look at the people that are bringing the suit. Study the people that are bringing the suit. These are not people that love our country, I can tell you that.
Mr. President, why has today's executive order on AI been postponed?
Because I didn't like certain aspects of it. I postponed it. I think it gets in the way of, we're leading China, we're leading everybody, and I don't want to do anything that's going to get in the way of that lead. We have a very substantial on AI. It's causing tremendous good, and it's also bringing in a lot of jobs, tremendous numbers of jobs. Again, we have more people working right now than we've ever had. I really thought that could have been a blocker, and I want to make sure that it's not.
Mr. President, Mr. President,
wait 1 second.
With President Xi last week, did you discuss AI safeguards?
Who? What?
In China last week with President Xi,
yes.
Did you discuss AI
I did.
safeguards?
I discussed it. And he acknowledges how well we're doing. We're doing well. He's doing. It was the two of us. The two countries are fighting for it. Other countries are way behind. Way behind. They're fighting for it. They want it. Everybody wants it, but they're way behind. But I didn't want to do it. I postponed that meeting. It was a press conference. It was a signing, actually, because I didn't like what I was seeing.
Mr. President, a few moments ago, the Commission of Fine Arts approved your redesign for your arch. Do you think you need congressional?
Oh, that's good news. I finally get good news from you. What was the vote? Do you know what the vote was? What was the vote?
I've just seen the headline here. I don't have the exact vote.
So we're building what's called the Triumphal Arch right opposite the Arlington Memorial Bridge, right by Arlington Cemetery. It's beautiful. It's the Arc de Triomphe would be the one that you would probably know in Paris. It's one of the most beautiful. It's a very similar size, slightly larger. We have to do slightly larger. It doesn't have to be a lot larger. Otherwise, you'd all be disappointed in me. But it's even far more beautiful. And I think that the Arc de Triomphe is beautiful. It's a couple of 100 years old, but I think it's beautiful. And some arcs go back over 1,000 years. And it's called a triumphal arch. It's usually done for victories in war and things. There are 59 of them in the world. And some are really beautiful. And we're the only major, Washington, D.C., which should be number one. We're the only important and major city that doesn't have one. We don't have a triumphal arch. So it was meant to be built for many years. The circle going up to the bridge, it was, people pass that circle, they say, why isn't something built here? And so that's very good. We just got approval from Fine Arts. That's fantastic.
Right, but you need Congress to sign off on it.
No, we don't. No, we're doing it. It's the land is owned by the Interior Department. We don't need anything from Congress.
Are you attending your son's wedding this weekend, by the way?
He'd like me to go, but it's going to be just a small little private affair, and I'm going to try and make it. I'm in the midst. I said, this is not good timing for me. I have a thing called Iran and other things. That's one I can't win on. If I do attend, I get killed. If I don't attend, I get killed. By the fake news, of course, I'm talking about. No, but he's got a very person who I've known for a long time, and hopefully they're going to have a great marriage.
Mr. President, actually to add to the art, I just actually passed by it on my way here.
Right.
I saw the pink flags, and there's just geese that are there all the time.
Right.
So it's perfect. How long will that take? And also, I have to say, I have to pass along something for my mother. She drove in with me. She was amazed by all the people she was seeing on the streets here in D.C. She doesn't get in here as much.
D.C. is hot again.
She was noticing how clean and beautiful.
It's clean.
So I'm passing it along.
That's right. Well, that's the way I do it. Clean. You take a look outside. We had broken path. It was so terrible coming into the White House. It was slate. Slate's a roofing material. It's not a walking material. But the slate was all broken and chipped and terrible. And I put down a new granite floor and paid for it myself, by the way. But I put down a nice new granite floor. It looks beautiful. It's actually getting rave reviews. It's beautiful. terrible having people walking up to the White House and they're walking over broken tiles and broken floors. So now we just finished. It's going to be finished when the moldings are put on, but you might take a look at it. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's beautiful. Of other things we're doing while you're at it, we have 31 fountains in Washington. Of the 31, not one worked. Now we have 21 working, and the others are going to be fixed. And people are calling and saying, it's amazing what's happened in the fountains, and they're working top level. And my most exciting is the reflecting pool between the Washington Monument and the Washington Monument Lincoln Memorial. It's 2,500 feet long by almost 200 feet wide. It's a massive structure if you think of it. It's taller than the tallest building in the world. If you sat the building down, the tallest building in the world would not reach the end of it. It's a very big thing. It hasn't worked properly since it was built in 1922. President Obama and Biden spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to fix it. They didn't. Of course, they couldn't do that. They didn't fix it. It was a mess. So mostly they turned it off, collecting garbage. It looked horrible. And we are very close to getting it finished. And when it's finished, it'll be beautiful. It'll be blue water, dark blue. We call it American flag blue because that's the name of the color that we chose. American flag blue. Can't do better than that. It's a rich, dark blue. And it'll be, I think, very reflective, very, very good. Big project. I decided to do a much bigger job. I was going to just get it open, but I said, let's do it right. Let's get it open and let's have it be good because President Obama, President Biden spent hundreds of millions of dollars, much more than 100 million, but hundreds of millions. It never worked. In fact, when they finished it, it was much worse than it was before. It leaked at a higher level. They would have to fill it up every single day with water. The whole thing was ridiculous, so they ended up turning it off, and it became like a garbage dump. Well, it's pretty close to finished. So they had estimates of $350 million to fix it. I'll be doing it for a tiny fraction of that. A bigger job than I originally thought I'd do it for $2 or $3 million, just do a base. But now we're fixing up the exterior of it. So we'll probably be in there for less than $20 million. And the estimate was going to be using a different method, 350. It was going to take 4 years, 350 million. I'll be doing it in basically a couple of months for less than $20 million. That includes all of the exterior base, which I never included in my original numbers. When I went there last week, I saw the exterior was in very bad shape as well as the interior, so I said, we're going to fix that too. The stone. It's going to be beautiful. When that's done, you might see it. It's probably 3/4 done. We have rain delays. We get a lot of delays, but that will be something special. The reflecting pool in front of the Lincoln and Washington monuments. I think it's going to be incredible. It's largely done. If you want to go see it, you can see it before we put the water in. The key is to have it done before July 4th. We want to see if we can have it done before July 4th. But we have about 20 or 21 of the water features in Washington open. And I can say we top of the line. They look better than they did the day they were built. Some of them have been closed for 25, 30 years. There's been no water for 25 or 30 years. And they're really beautiful. Some of the fountains are as beautiful as I've ever seen. And you probably see them. And in addition to that, you brought up something. Washington, D.C. is now a safe city. We had a city that was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the country. And now it's considered a very safe city. Restaurants are opening. Restaurants were closing. You couldn't go to a restaurant. The restaurants were closing all over because of the danger from during the Biden administration. Now you have restaurants opening. It's thriving, and it was very nice that you said that. I like this reporter. No, it's nice. We have a vibrant city again. People are going out. I have a lot of people in the White House. Every time I see somebody, they thank me, and I know immediately what. They thank me for making the city safe. They walk to work now. Before that, they'd take Uber or something, and they felt unsafe even in Uber. You know, we moved over 5,000 people out of the city, career criminals that came in through the open borders and other reasons. And we moved over 5,000. And an interesting statistic is that 2% of the population creates 91% of the crime. And the reason I like that is that you can handle 2% of the population. Mr. Kroger, I see, do you have stores in Washington? You see a big difference?
We do.
Boy, you said the right thing. That would have been the end of Kroger. All right, okay, we'll do one or two more. Please, in the back. Yeah.
Do you think Democrats are genuine in their focus on affordability, especially after they delivered 40-year high inflation last time they were in power? And then, or do you think they're using it or focusing on it as a means to try and win midterms and begin the impeachment process?
The second. Look, the Democrats had the highest inflation in the history of our country. 48 years, they say, but the history of our country. They had the highest inflation that we've ever had. When I inherited it, I inherited very high prices. And from day one, they said, affordability. Affordability is a word, because they're good at that. They're good at words, but I'm good at words too. But they hit me with affordability. I'd just gotten there. They hit me with eggs. We had a news conference on my third day, and they said, egg prices are through the roof. I said, I just got here. Tell me about eggs. And we got the prices down, way down, actually lower than it was 4 years before. But we've gotten everything. The thing that we have now, the only thing that's really of great concern, two things. Beef is coming down, and the reason is they put restrictions on beef under the Biden administration, and it takes a while to settle that, but prices are down. But the big thing is, of course, energy. We had the energy way down, but I had to do a journey to Iran. I had to say, you know, we just hit the best markets. By the way, the stock market today is at the highest it's ever been, and we've had 59 of them, 59 days out of a very short period of time where the stock market hit all-time highs. So we have an all-time high stock market. We have all-time high job numbers. We have 401ks just hit the highest number they've ever been. So many of you have 401ks. That means you're richer than you've ever been. And we're doing really well. But they came up with this word, affordability. But it's them that caused the problem. And they used that word, Senator, they used that word right from the beginning. I was in one day, and I heard somebody on television say, affordability. And I inherited this mess from them. But we've got it in great shape. The country's doing well. We're respected all over the world. This country is respected. We're the hottest country. We were a dead country 2 years ago. And now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. So I think most of you appreciate that. Some of you don't. Yeah, please.
Washington Times. If the Supreme Court doesn't rule in your favor on birthright citizenship, are there any other avenues that your administration has explored to remedy this? And did you talk with President Xi about Chinese foreign nationals taking advantage of birth tourism here in this country and how we could have...
Well, it's a great question. No, if the Supreme Court hurts our country by ruling against us on birthright citizenship, that would be just between that and tariffs, what damage they've done, Again, they could have said, which they said, do the tariffs a different way. But they could have said the money taken in, hundreds of billions of dollars, $149 billion we have to pay back. Kevin understands that better than anybody. All they had to do is say, any money taken in, because they agree you could do it a different way. Any money, this is a better way. But the other way is a very secure way. And maybe in many ways it's a stronger way. They could have said, any money taken in thus far does not have to be paid back. To, in many cases, the enemy, people that don't like our country. Or it was a half a sentence. The Supreme Court could have saved us $149 billion with a half a sentence. But they chose not to do that. Now they have a ruling which is a much bigger ruling, actually, birthright citizenship. The cost, forgetting about the fact that it's wrong, the cost of birthright citizenship is barely not affordable by our country. It's going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars. And it's in their hands. What can I tell you? It's a common sense ruling. It's common sense. It was exact timing, and it's about the babies of slaves. Thank you for that question.
Go ahead,
Thank you,
Mr. President. So do you think if Democrats were to take control of Congress again, they would immediately begin the impeachment process?
I think if Democrats took control of the Congress, I think that, and let's say took control of the country, I think that this country's finished. These people are sick. They suffer from Trump derangement syndrome, but really they have bad policy. They have horrible policy. They cheat on elections. They get elected by cheating on elections. But you would have 2 states added. They'll terminate the filibuster immediately. Republicans should do that. They'll terminate the filibuster. You'll have Washington, D.C., and you'll have Puerto Rico as a state, which will be a disaster, which would be 4 Senate seats, tremendous numbers of electoral college votes. You will have that's really bad, but you will have the destruction of our country. They want to go to 21 Supreme Court judges. That's their perfect number. They talk about 13, but they want to go to 21 Supreme Court judges. If they get in power, I think this country would be maybe finished. If I didn't win the election, I'll say this. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world. We were a dead country 2 years ago. If I didn't win this election, we would have been a country that was essentially, I don't even know that we would have been a country any longer. They were destroying our country. They were letting hundreds of thousands, millions of people pour through our southern border, criminals, people from jails, people from mental institutions, drug dealers and drug addicts. They were sending everybody, countries were sending everybody that they didn't want by the millions, 25 million people. If I didn't win this election, I believe our country would have been finished. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Keep moving. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Keep going. Thank you, guys.
President Trump wrapping up his remarks in the Oval Office, where he announced a rollback of some energy regulations and then took a lot of questions from reporters as well, speaking at length at times on birthright citizenship, a pending decision from the Supreme Court, talking about Cuba, a number of other things. Senator Ashley Moody, a Republican from Florida, in attendance. We did hear her speak briefly as well, talking about the rollback of those regulations and restrictions. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We just got confirmation from court documents showing that the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission paid nearly $500,000 to settle a lawsuit against a former employee who was fired for sharing a meme about Charlie Kirk on her private Instagram account. We are talking about this case involving Brittany Brown, who was a biologist for about 7 years for the FWC and then was fired in the aftermath of the killing of Charlie Kirk. You mentioned the post that was on social media that got some pushback and led to her firing. Then there was that lawsuit, and again, a settlement that resulted in FWC paying out nearly $500,000 after a legal process that also included sanctions that the attorney of Brittany Brown had asked for because of what they said was some mistruths that were shared in court. One interesting quote from this settlement agreement is that says, quote, "Our client would have preferred reinstatement, which was offered to the agency with a much, much lower price tag. But instead, Ms. Brown will receive many years' worth of salary to bank while restarting her career." So a nearly $500,000 settlement, FWC paying out to that former employee fired over a Charlie Kirk post on social media. Meanwhile, I want to get you to a hearing that was in Lake County this morning where a Deltona man pleaded guilty and was sentenced to a couple decades behind bars over the situation back in July of 2022. We're talking about Johnny Santiago, and he was a Deltona man who was accused of killing his father before shooting at deputies, leading them on a chase into Lake County. Now, this does not... he was in court today for what happened with the chase in Lake County, all of that, where he ended up crashing his car into a synagogue there. So quite a situation there. You know, he still does face charges in Volusia County for the death, the murder. He's charged with second-degree murder, the murder of his father. And so that has not been resolved. But Johnny Santiago in court today in Lake County, where he pleaded guilty and was sentenced to prison in connection with this case.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nice to see you.
Good morning. Who is this?
Johnny Santiago.
Mr. Santiago. Okay. So what are we doing?
We have a plea, Judge.
We have a plea. Yes. All right. Whose case is this?
Mine, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, at this time, Mr. Santiago is ready for a change of plea.
All right.
Withdraw his plea.
Yeah, well.
Judge, at this time, my client has authorized me to withdraw his previously entered pleas of not guilty and enter a plea of guilty pursuant to the written plea agreement.
Okay. You have the agreement?
I do, Judge. May I approach?
You can give it to the bailiff. Does Mr. Yuri have to do anything? Mr. Paquette, help me out here. PGIT?
I'm sorry?
PGIT?
PGIT. Pleads guilty.
Do you know what this is? Is this the victim on the restitution?
Excuse me?
Here.
May I approach?
Yeah. Mr. Duffy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do we know that that's...
One moment, Your Honor.
And so we have, and the victims here were notified of this?
Yes, Your Honor.
I understand, Mr. Duffy, this isn't your case. How do we know who that, give me a moment here. Here. Where's the name? So what are you going to do? You're just going to go with it. Is Jessica Marie Goya here? Jessica Marie Goya.
I'll have an answer.
No, nobody's. False alarm.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yeah.
My understanding is that PGIT is with reference to workers' compensation.
Okay.
So my guess is that the victim in the case probably received restitution through workers' comp, and I'm sure workers' comp is seeking to be what they call subrogated. That's a guess, but that's my understanding.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke with Ms. Jones. She said it's the acronym for the insurance company.
All right. Now we know. And that's going to be paid through just a clerk? It's going to be a lien? How are we doing that? There's no probation on this?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, can I get you to raise your right hand? You swear firm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
State your name, please.
Tony Santiago.
You can put your hand down. Did you read and completely understand this agreement before you signed it?
Yes, Your Honor.
You went over it with your attorney explained it to you and answered all your questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
You signed it freely and voluntarily because you believe it's in your best interest?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how old are you?
22.
What's your highest level of education?
High school graduate.
You can read and write and understand the English language?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the services of your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anybody threaten you or force you to sign this agreement?
No, Your Honor.
Anybody make you any promises outside of the scope of this agreement?
No, Your Honor.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication?
No, Your Honor.
And counsel, do you believe your client is competent?
I do, Your Honor. I want the record to reflect that there is a mental health history here with this case. He was previously deemed incompetent to stand trial in the matter before this court. He went to the state hospital, he was medicated, and I am now, as an officer of the court, confident that my client is competent to proceed.
Do you believe there's any DNA evidence to exonerate your client?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, you understand by entering into this agreement, if you're not a United States citizen, it could cause you to be deported.
Yes, Your Honor.
You also understand you're waiving your right to trial by jury in front of this court to remain silent or testify on your own behalf, to subpoena witnesses to testify on your behalf, to face and cross-examine your accusers, require the state to prove the truth of the charges beyond and to the exclusion of any reasonable doubt, and appeal the judgment sentence of this court. You understand those rights you're waiving?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you review the score sheet with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, and do you have any questions about the score sheet?
No, Your Honor.
So, sir, you're here on an attempted first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer with a firearm. punishable by up to life in the Department of Corrections and a $15,000 fine. Attempted first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer with a firearm, punishable by up to life in the state prison and a $15,000 fine. Fleeing or attempting to elude, punishable by 15 years in the state prison and $10,000 fine. In discharging a firearm in public from a vehicle, punishable by 15 years in the state prison and a $10,000 fine. To those charges, how do you plead?
Guilty.
I will accept your plea, adjudicate you guilty as to all 4 counts. Count 1, sentence you to 25 years Department of Corrections, which has a 20-year minimum mandatory. Restitution payable to PGIT for claim number 395746 in the amount of $2,549.91 and claim 395824 for $4,244.18. Mandatory court costs, cost of prosecution $275. Count 2, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 25 years Department of Corrections with a 10-year minimum mandatory. Restitution payable to PGIT, claim number 395792 for $38,830.85, and claim number 395826 in the amount of $16,040.42. Count 3, adjudicate you guilty. There will be a 5-year driver's license revocation and 15 years in the Department of Corrections. Count 4, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 15 years Department of Corrections. All counts will run concurrent. Within 5 days of being released, you need to get to the clerk of the court window here at the courthouse, sign up for the payment plan. Failure to do so will cause you to have a suspension, another suspension on your driver's license. Mr. Duffy, did we cover everything? And there will be, the restitution will be a lien of record filed with the clerk.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, the only thing I have to add is he's currently dealing with another murder charge in Volusia County, and so it looks like now that he's pled here, he'll be sent over to Volusia to deal with that.
All right.
That is correct, Your Honor, and the defense is well aware of it. Obviously, we've been in contact with the state attorney's office from Volusia County, as well as the court.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So that was a big step in that with the guilty plea and the sentencing for that. And then, as you heard from the judge and the attorneys discussing, still more to be done in Volusia County with the charges and the case there. Well, right now we are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have much more to come, including a long-awaited reopening of a road in Lake County that was impacted by flooding. And also, we are going to be talking about SpaceX and their IPO. Highly anticipated that as well, and what that might mean. We're going to be talking about that coming up in just a few minutes. So keep it here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now. Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral, where SpaceX earlier today launched 29 Starlink satellites from Florida's Space Coast. And you may have seen a space jellyfish in the sky after that earlier today as well. Meanwhile, SpaceX also getting ready for another test flight, the 12th test flight of Starship. That launch going to be is scheduled for no earlier than 6:30 this evening at Starbase in Texas. And that is just the beginning of the news for SpaceX, and a lot of anticipation after the company filed for its initial public offering, its IPO, going to be listed on the NASDAQ under SPCX. And Elon Musk expected to be the company's CEO, CTO, and chairman of the board. And analysts saying he could even become the world's first trillionaire as part of this. Joining us live now to talk about all of this, pleased to be joined this afternoon by Dr. Jay Ritter, who's the director of the IPO initiative at the University of Florida College of Business, an IPO expert. Dr. Ritter, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
My pleasure.
First, I just want to get your reaction, what your initial thoughts are now that we are seeing this filing from SpaceX for its IPO.
Well, this is almost certainly going to be the world's largest IPO ever, and by a wide margin. This is a real big deal. And also, a lot of the shares are going to be allocated to retail investors.
What have we been able to learn about SpaceX and the company from its filing, and that is obviously kind of a necessary step as part of the IPO?
Yesterday, they filed what's known as an S-1 with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, which gives all sorts of warnings about what could go wrong. And also gives a lot of financial information. The company's main sources of revenue are the rocket launches, and in particular, their Starlink internet service. And the Starlink service is growing rapidly in terms of the number of subscribers. The total revenue of the company, however, which includes X, formerly known as Twitter, and XAI, is less than $20 billion. And they're talking about a valuation of something like $1.5 trillion, something like 75 times annual revenue. Among big companies going public, this difference between the valuation and the revenue is unheard of. And the company is losing money, but the potential future profits are enormous for the company.
If you're SpaceX and you've been a private company, why go public? What's the thinking here, and how this might benefit the company, how it might benefit Elon Musk, what the impact might be on its operations? Just kind of walk us through that decision making.
Well, importantly, it's raising capital for the company. Currently, the company is burning through cash. The Starship rockets, where, as you just mentioned, there's scheduled to be another test flight later today. That is not profitable yet, but SpaceX is already the low-cost producer of rocket launches in terms of how much it costs to send a pound into space. And with Starship, it's very likely they're going to be lowering that cost substantially further. That's going to allow them to send up even more Starlink satellites and lower the cost of providing service to people. And it's quite possible that at a lower cost for getting internet access rather than a fiber optic cable to your house, huge numbers of people around the world might decide to use Starlink. And this could potentially be an enormous source of profits. Currently, they're making money on it, but it's possible they could expand the number of subscribers by a factor of 100.
We've seen reports that this could raise up to $75 billion for the company. What can people expect? Someone maybe seeing this and saying, "Oh, I'd like to invest in SpaceX." What can we expect as far as a cost, price per share, or what can people expect when this launches?
Well, based upon the number of shares that the company has outstanding, it will probably be priced at about $125 per share. So buying 100 shares would mean $12,500. Once it starts trading, it might go up or down. Indeed, I'm certain it will go up and down. The stock will be very volatile. On average, with initial public offerings, IPOs, they do jump on the first day of trading. Once it starts trading, anybody can buy. But even at the offer price, the reports are that there's going to be an unusually large retail tranche, maybe as many as 200 million shares being made available to individual investors to buy. The company in the registration statement says that Fidelity, Schwab, SoFi, and Robinhood account holders will be able to buy, although it's up to those individual brokers, such as Robinhood, to decide how many shares and which of their clients get shares.
So you mentioned Starship. We talked about that a little bit. It is something that has had issues before with the launches with these previous test flights. With another test flight tonight, now that we know they're kind of preparing to go public, how important is a test flight like this? How important for SpaceX is it that something like this go well ahead of an IPO if you're trying to court potential investors here?
It's not especially important. Sending big rockets into space and then catching part of the booster to be able to reuse it is incredibly complicated. This is one of the reasons why they have no competitor that's able to come close, and why it's very unlikely that there will be a serious competitor. And as a result of it being so complicated and so difficult to get it right, this is one of the reasons why they might have very high profit margins in the future.
Last thing here, Dr. Ritter, what should we know? What should we take away? What's the bottom line here as we continue to hear about Elon Musk and SpaceX and this forthcoming IPO?
Well, a great company doesn't automatically mean a great investment. If the price is too high, the returns for investors are going to be limited. Indeed, if they go public at a valuation of $1.5 trillion and become the world's most valuable company in a few years, even worth more than NVIDIA, that's only a 300% upside potential. And a lot of things could go wrong. There's definitely some upside potential here, but there's also a very realistic possibility that the company isn't going to be able to grow revenue and profits as enormously as a valuation of $1.5 trillion implies.
Dr. Jay Ritter, University of Florida, we appreciate your time. Thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
My pleasure.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Officials in Mount Dora getting ready to cut the ribbon on reopening Donnelly Street. Let's listen in here. Donnelly Street now back open after months of emergency response, engineering work, permitting, a lot
our ceremony.
that took place there
Can we ask you a few questions?
following flooding back in October. You may remember some of those images of that street there in Mount Dora. That was just caused major issues for a while there. So a ribbon cutting ceremony where that is back open now. Hold on, let me do a little bit of math. About 7 months or so after that flooding occurred. I mean, again, that was back in October of 2025, so last year, and a big step forward with that reopening today. It was something that they knew was going to take some time and quite a bit of work, but a major step forward with this reopening today. Officials there taking some photos. You see folks checking it out. This is one of the main thoroughfares there to get through, and so it was, certainly something that caused some issues there in Lake County on the way into Mount Dora, and so a big step forward for that community and so many there, and it looks like we will get to listen in here as we hear from some of these officials.
We'll just get you all in one, you know?
So look at that background. What do you think?
Oh, thank God it's done. I mean, it's been a long 7 months, but I think we did it in as fast a time as possible.
Yeah, we know last year a ton of rain, and you guys did a lot of drainage work. Are you hoping that holds up? You never know what this hurricane situation
You can never predict a 1,000-year storm, but I'm hoping that this will survive as long. I mean, I think it was built in 1960 was the last time there was a major renovation on the street, so they've added some features that hopefully will keep things under wraps.
It's a major road. I mean, talk to me about the convenience this is now for residents having this back open.
Well, it's one of the roads I use regularly to go to the hardware store. So other than that, I mean, it is nice for visitors coming into town to access our library, especially our cemeteries on this road, our downtowns on this road, so certainly it's an important thoroughfare.
Is this pretty much like a main artery running through Mount Dora?
Yeah, it's our main north-south artery. We've got the east-west arteries, the lakes on the south, so we don't have anything going south. But
so without this, it was a huge impact on you guys.
Yeah, it was. I mean, traffic problems, access problems. Like I said before, I mean, people use this walkway regularly to access the downtown and the library and that sort of thing. So it's important for our residents, and also all the workers that work up here also have access up the sidewalk. So it was something missing for a while.
What's it like seeing everyone come out and support the opening of this? You don't normally see a lot of residents like this at a road opening.
Yeah, it's an important aspect to our town. It's the community involvement. It's the camaraderie we have amongst everybody in town working together to make the town as nice as possible.
Thanks, Mayor.
Mayor James Holmet speaking there about the reopening of Donnelly Street. We're going to go ahead and take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm going to give you a live look right now. We are hearing from the Department of Justice. You also see Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. speaking at this briefing about a crackdown on fraud. They're specifically talking about Minnesota, but have also talked about just the problem nationwide. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
I'll start by saying that to make this work happen and to do it really well requires very good partnerships with local law enforcement, with local prosecutors. That's what will really solve this national problem, is people setting aside ego and agenda and deciding, you know what, we're actually going to do the right thing. That's what is going to be required across the country for this to work. Has the cooperation from the Minnesota individuals met that standard? No, it has not. It's fallen significantly short of the standard that we are seeking to set in terms of what a strong state and federal partnership looks like.
What about most recent investigation?
Yes, sir.
I'm just wondering, within the recent raids, first off, Paul Bloom with Fox Channel 9 here in town, I'm just wondering, within the recent raids, do you continue to see ongoing fraud being committed? Or are obviously these charges go back several years? I mean, are the crooks still trying to get away with these schemes?
Yes, what we're seeing is these schemes are active, they are ongoing, and they frequently metastasize. When law enforcement shines a microscope on one area, they shift to another area. What we're seeing is that a lot of these fraudsters will actually cross-pollinate between different programs. They might be simultaneously defrauding a USDA program, Feeding Our Futures, for instance, while also simultaneously defrauding Medicaid. The fraudsters are agnostic as to whose money or what program they are defrauding. They just want our money. And so, yes, we are seeing that the fraud is ongoing, and we are interested in rooting it out.
Did the suspect in the ICS case that you indicted, last I heard, he fled the country. Is that still accurate?
So we are working rapidly to bring into custody everyone who is facing charges and who faces arrest warrants. I don't want to speak more specifically to any operational updates in that regard. But we are actively tracking that situation and others to make sure that folks are held accountable for the charges that have been brought. Yes, sir. The man in this video, he is a charged defendant named Mohammed Omar. Mohammed Omar is the man in this video. He is charged, one of the 15 defendants charged in the fraud cases that we have brought today. And I would encourage the public to help turn this man in to face justice for the fraud that he has perpetrated, and now to face the additional charges for seeking to flee from law enforcement and seeking to obstruct justice by virtue of his conduct today. Yes, sir.
One question for Dr. Oz.
Yes.
Are you satisfied with how the state government here is responding to what you want to see in order to lift those suspensions of the Medicaid reimbursements?
Not yet. If they had satisfied our needs, we would have released the money. So we're still waiting for the state to go through the multiple documents that were initially sent to us as part of our review of the last quarter of last year and it's a fiscal year. So last quarter of last year and the first quarter of this year, to identify the many areas where there's variability. Again, what we look for very specifically, and you would do the same thing, if your normal bill is $100 and then all of a sudden it's $500. Someone needs to ask what happened. Sometimes there's a reason for that. But as Secretary Kennedy pointed out, and this, again, it's an all-government approach. So we have Treasury also helping us looking at numbers. We have OIG and DOJ giving us support. Jay Foster is here, who runs the health group there. They do a lot of heavy lifting together with our CPI unit that Kim Brandt behind me runs to make sure that we're actually looking for all the variability. But we are able to identify enough concerns that it's caused us to defer $350 million to Minnesota. And as you know, we deferred last week with the announcement with the White House Anti-Fraud Task Force with Vice President Vance that we are also deferring $1.34 billion to the state of California for the exact same kinds of problems with the documents that we're seeing.
Is it a lack of cooperation here, or are they just slow rolling?
You know, I'm a heart surgeon. When you go out and talk to the family, the motivation is nice to hear, but you want the result. Is the patient alive? Is the bleeding stopped? We need actual numbers and factual written responses to the many areas that we've pointed to as evidence that that these documents are not satisfactory. Again, our job is to make sure that your tax dollars and the tax dollars of other Americans coming to the federal government are appropriately spent. I did not go into this job that the president appointed me to stop people who need money from getting money. We just don't want the money stolen from people. I mean, this gentleman, this picture, he's one of the reasons that the housing stabilization program in this fine state is shut down. So all the people in Minnesota who actually might need those help, you know, the folks that we always feel badly by when we're driving by and we see them homeless, especially when it's cold outside, or they're obviously strung out on drugs, those people need our help. Because of that man, they're not going to get the help anymore. And the state shut down the program. We helped, but the state shut down. They knew it was unfixable.
A couple more questions. Yes, sir.
Hi, thank you. My name is Aaron Johnson. I'm a community-based independent journalist. I'm a victim of HSS fraud. And I'm just wondering, you know, I hear all these plans to prevent it. Is there any course of action? Is there a plan to compensate victims like myself for damages? I've been housed by a single mother for the last several years until just this month I finally got help from a different program. There are people who lost a family member. Is there any plan to compensate people for damages?
So, sir, first let me say that I am hugely sympathetic to you and to anyone else who has suffered harm or injury by virtue of fraudsters taking advantage of you and exploiting you. Recently, the president issued an executive order that relates to the establishment of a fund for victims of fraud. President Trump announced that around 60 days ago, and we are actively engaged in the development of a whistleblower program that will allow people to come forward to report fraud and to ensure that people both have their voices heard when they have been damaged by fraudulent conduct, and also have a chance to see some of the money that has been stolen from them be recovered. That is a focus of President Trump's administration and a tasking that he has given to the Anti-Fraud Task Force to consummate and seek to implement.
Is there a timeline to get funds back into the hands of legitimate providers? I know a lot around the state are still waiting for those funds to get unfrozen.
So that might be a question for the administrator.
Just to put numbers out there, the state has a several billion-dollar rainy day fund. So when we defer $350 million, we're not taking money out of the pockets of anybody. The money exists within the state of Minnesota. And that's why we want everyone in Minnesota to know that they are safe. And legitimate providers are our biggest allies. The people that we call to find out where the problems are folks who are actually working in these businesses who see the fraud, and they went into these jobs because they love these people and they love these professions, and they're not allowed to compete because fraudsters who have no cost of goods sold make a lot of money, and they scale up quickly and they take over like pariahs the entire system. So our biggest allies are part of the community that we want to keep supporting. It is our hope that the state of Minnesota is able to reply to the questions that we have asked. It was $250 million in the first deferment. It was $100 million in second deferment. So there tends to be a trend. We'll see if it continues. When we get the responses that the federal government needs and requires, and you would desire us to do if you were taxpayers, which hopefully most of you are, then you'd agree with us. That's the right time to let the money go. I am very sorry that you were caught up in this, but this is an important story that you're sharing. We didn't talk about it in much detail, but there was a man who passed away, and as was discussed by Colin, there were bills sent to the government for monitoring a dead person. I mean, I thought I'd heard it all because we're selling insurance policies through brokers to dead people, and quite a few times, unfortunately. I've never heard of us being billed for someone who died who was supposed to be monitored. But that's how egregious this has become.
Yes, ma'am.
I was wondering if you talk, this might be more of an admin question, but when you look across the country and we're talking about normalizing the speed of these cases, are you finding that U.S. Attorney's offices either don't have the knowledge of technology or experience to get these cases off the ground as quickly as the administration would like? And how do you, in your position, make sure that all of the U.S. Attorney's offices across the country have the education, the tools that they need to bring these cases forward quickly?
The U.S. Attorney's offices are proving that they are the best that America has to offer when it comes to prosecutors and capabilities to bring investigations, to move them forward rapidly. What you see today is the result of the collaboration between the U.S. Attorney's Office here and our healthcare strike force team. Prosecutors across the country are equipped, they are resourced, and they are ready to implement the type of speed that we've seen here and to replicate that across the country. Yes, sir.
There was a pretty well-publicized exodus of prosecutors from the DOJ office a few months ago. Just wanted to know how that exodus impacted this work.
I would start by saying that the work of this office in the last 5 months has been historic, both on the reactive cases that this office successfully brought to bear, but also the fraud cases that you're seeing here, bringing to fruition charges at a rate never before seen. Mr. Rosen might be able to speak with even greater specificity, but I would say that the U.S. Attorney's Office here is in fantastic hands. The leadership here has cast a vision of one that is making sure that the public is safe and secure and that taxpayer money stays in the taxpayer's pocket. And that's due to the fantastic leadership of U.S. Attorney Rosen. We'll do one final question. Yes, sir.
Max Nestor, Minnesota Reformer. President Trump has granted clemency to numerous individuals who have stolen hundreds of millions of dollars in Medicaid funds. Can we expect Amy Bach or any of these folks to be shown the same mercy in the future?
I'll take a different question as the final question. Yes, sir.
In December, the U.S. Attorney here, Joe Thompson, estimated the fraud at, I believe it was $9 billion over, I think it was 14 different programs. Several weeks later, Governor Walz slammed that as hyperbole. I'm wondering if you could clarify if the number is in fact $9 billion or grown.
So I don't have the exact number because what I do is I look at individual people committing individual crimes, and at the end of all of our work, we'll tally it all up and we'll tell you exactly how much was stolen from the American people. We're focused on individual defendants. The fraud is enormous. I wouldn't be surprised if that number is accurate or even small. But today, the collection of cases reaches 90 million in intended loss from the pockets of the taxpayer. And like I said, we're just getting going. This is not the end of the beginning. This is the beginning. Thank you all.
That's a news conference wrapping up in Minneapolis. We're going to take a break right now, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. This morning, officials in Orange County met at the site of a tragic accident where a 13-year-old on an e-scooter was killed. We have been following this story for several days now. We've heard from the mother of that victim, who has made it her mission just in the past week and a half since this happened to get the word out and call for additional regulations, call for some changes to prevent something like this from happening again. We saw a number of Orange County commissioners, an Orlando City commissioner, some other leadership officials out there at that site today where they spoke with reporters, talked about what they were doing to examine this and try to prevent a similar tragedy in the future.
Actually, this turned out to be a press conference, which it wasn't, because what we wanted to do was bring the law enforcement, the fire marshal, and also the director of traffic engineer from Orange County, because since, we have been having a lot of accidents, and not only here, also in Timber Creek, in my area, we had, and I know you know about that, and in the west side, in Windermere, which is what, Commissioner Wilson has brought in, and that's why we are doing, this ordinance, and, it was brought to the BCC last Tuesday, which we are discussing the micro-mobility and all these, e-bikes and e-scooters and so, because we want to protect our kids, our family, our people, and also we want to bring more safety alternative to the roads. So that's why, we are here, and I really appreciate you all here.
Today, we just want to come out and talk about the opportunities to learn from this tragic incident. Unfortunately, we had a young man pass away. We've had lots of incidents here over the last year. Since December, just in Orange County, just what the Orange County Fire Rescue Department responds to, we've had 41 incidents where people were injured using e-bikes and e-scooters. It is a real danger. There's a lot of use where people are either being reckless or don't understand what the risks are. To look at from our point of view, there are three things we hope you can look at. One is education. Parents educating their kids on what the risks are. If you're going to operate on the roadway, you have to do it in a manner like a bicycle would. Stay to the far right, follow all the traffic laws, wear bright clothing, wear protective gear. Wear the correct protective gear. A bicycle helmet may not be the right helmet for a faster e-bike, for example. So educate the kids on that. Emulate good behaviors. If you're using an electronic powered device, show that to your children. Another example could be is pointing out good behaviors you see as you drive around. People are going through the community, you see good behavior in someone operating a e-bike or e-scooter, tell your children that. If you see them doing it in an inappropriate way, also to show them that so they can learn from it. The equipment part, I mentioned that, helmets, eye protection, depending on how fast people are going, even hand protection is not a bad idea for taking tumbles and hitting the ground, but certainly a helmet is the most important tool that people should wear, and I know that that's a lot of resistance to that. We don't require adults to wear helmets with motorcycles. I think kids get the inappropriate idea of thinking they don't have to. But I would tell you, I am a downhill skier myself, and I remember the time we didn't have to wear helmets, and then the community learned that wearing helmets did help. And having an accident wearing a helmet made it you could walk away. The same thing can occur if you're using an e-bike or scooter. Using a helmet protects you so much more. And last is the enforcement part of it. Whatever rules you put in force in your house, please enforce them. If it takes to the point that you restrict the use of that e-bike or e-scooter, please do that to help children learn, because children need that reinforcement. And of course, our governmental entity, our Board of County Commissioners, is thinking about putting in an ordinance in place. That would be great. We'll see what comes from that. I know they're working very hard at coming up with reasonable ways to restrict use and help children stay safe. So that's what the message we'd like to share today.
What is as the commissioners work on that ordinance, what would you advise from your perspective, from what you've seen, from what your department needs in that ordinance now?
Well, I think that the most important thing is whatever restrictions come up in that ordinance would be something along the lines of when using scooters on sidewalks, using scooters on trails, you have dangerous interactions with other users. You're in interaction with people who are just walking. So somehow restrict that, either slower speeds or not at all. Certainly age appropriateness for whatever they're using. Higher speeds can't be done by younger people, so we should have some type of restriction there. Other than that, there's a lot of people working on that ordinance. It's not something I could really delve into because there's so many different subject matter experts on all the different parts of that. certainly allow them to have that opportunity.
You said 41 incidents. That was over what span of time? And was that in
So-
county?
So December 1st till today, we've had 41 incidents that involved injuries in Orange County Fire Rescue's response area. We've had 144 incidents altogether, and those things are involving fires. We've had a lot of fires with charging of those devices, so be careful when you're using it. Charging it appropriately, use the appropriate device to do it. Don't leave it unattended when it's charging. Don't use devices in the ways they weren't intended. We have people jumping up and down on battery-operated devices, cracking them, and then suddenly you have a fire because the battery casing cracked. So 144 incidents altogether, 41 of them involving injuries.
So we want to look at some of the operational things that we have going on here, making sure that the crosswalks are placed in the most efficient places for pedestrians to cross and feel safe crossing, and actually so vehicles can see those pedestrians as they're crossing, and support our team with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, the Fire Marshal, and making the road safer, and so implementing any kind of changes that we can to make pedestrians feel safe as they cross the roads. And so with that, it could be a myriad of things, looking at the speed limits, looking at where pedestrians are crossing, also maybe implementing crosswalks where they're needed most, with the rapid flashing beacons that you see sometimes, the rectangular flashing beacons. And so just implementing things like that, so when it comes to pedestrians and traffic, that there's not that many conflicts. And so we see this area is growing very fast, and with that growth there comes some challenges. And so a lot of times we implement things, a lot of times convenient is not safe, and so what we want to do is make sure that we look over the safety aspect more than the convenience. And so with the growing amount of traffic here, the micro-mobility scooters and the bikes and things that we have, we just have to work together with our partners to make sure that we're creating an environment that's safe for all pedestrians and you road users. So, okay.
Any questions? Any questions?
Are there any specific changes that you would like to see made in light of this tragedy?
So we'll go back and look at the traffic patterns and the volumes and the speeds. School is about to be out in a couple of weeks, and so with schools out, the traffic patterns aren't normalized, and so we'll look at the summer and see what the summer traffic patterns bring, and then when school starts back, we'll look at those patterns and see if we can make adjustments based upon where the pedestrians are coming from, where they're going to, and where the best crossing routes are. Because you look at this intersection here, it's 4-lane divided, and they're turn lanes, and so that presents a lot of conflict points. And so this may not be the best area for a crosswalk, but at the intersections or closer away from this, it's a little bit easier to cross because there's less conflict points for the pedestrians and the traffic as well.
Basically, I'm not going to get into a lot about the proposal with the county yet. It's not finalized, but some real basic information is we need parents to be more involved. We need parents to be aware of the equipment that they are buying for their kids, that it is safe for that appropriate age, and that it's allowable, that it's legal to be used on a sidewalk or a bike lane. What we're seeing is a lot of what they are calling e-bikes are not e-bikes. They, if they don't have a pedal, if they have more than 750 watts, it is no longer an e-bicycle. If it has no pedals and it has something like the one I stopped yesterday, 4,000 watt, it was a 4.0 kilowatt motorcycle. It's an electric motorcycle. It's labeled on a hard label on the VIN that says off-road use only. I asked the young man where his parents bought it, and they told me Power Sports, a motorcycle dealership. That's your first clue that it's not an e-bike. They are not legal to be ridden on sidewalks or the roadway without license, without a driver's license, without tags, things like that. But unfortunately, a lot of students in our school system, especially high schools, have these, and they're capable of doing 45, 50 miles an hour. And that's pretty fast without having a license. So my only request would be to get parents more involved, understand what the device that they are letting their students or their children ride, what it's capable of, and making sure that it's a safe device and legal for the roadway. The other big thing for students is earbuds. all the students that I've come across are wearing earbuds, earphones, playing loud music. They cannot hear anything that's going on around them. They don't hear cars honking at them. They may not even hear cars coming because they're drowning out everything with music. And that can be a big, big safety issue also. So if we could get that support from the parents and students pay a little bit more attention, would definitely help.
Do you think there should be age restrictions? Certain ages shouldn't be allowed to be on these e-scooters or e-bikes or e-motorcycles?
So age restrictions kind of goes, the more appropriate thing would be size, height, weight, and maturity level than a set age. Kind of like it's hard to say someone of a certain age can ride it and that person happens to be a little bit smaller stature and can't control it because they're so small and the steering is way up here, as opposed to someone that might be a year younger that's twice as large that could easily control it. But I do believe if we wanted to go with age, there should be restrictions on the size of the motor, the speed that it's capable of, and that younger kids, a lot of elementary kids ride these scooters. I'm learning up to sometimes half of the school population that walks to school are riding these electric scooters to school. That could be 300-400 scooters at a single elementary school. So if you're going to do any restrictions like that, it needs to be age appropriate, obviously, the speed and everything else, and gradually increase as they're older and more skilled.
One of the ideas that's being talked about is impounding the vehicle when a teenager makes an offense, impounding it, making them take the safety course. I believe Lieutenant Crabb was talking about that.
There's a lot of suggestions out on the table. We're putting it all forth towards the county. Sarge can speak more of that because he's sitting on that board.
Yes, the impounding. Impounding was one of the things that we are looking at to add into the ordinance. We're trying to figure out how we want to implement that, where we want to store these, and what requirements we're going to have to release them once it's done.
I think the concept behind impounding them forces the parents and guardians to have a vested interest in what the students are doing. Any other questions? I will say this, part of the problem, we've been working on e-bike regulations and stuff for a number of years. The problem is that technology is growing way faster than we have been able to keep up with state legislation or local. And it's kind of time for the state to kind of look at it and put out something broader that's going to encompass what is coming, so that we're ahead of it.
I'm a parent. I have two kids, or both of them teenagers, and I see this every day. We have hundreds of kids that go to Luminary Middle School. They go also to Lakeland High, and I think, there's different angles, different approaches to all of this. Part of the issue here is educating our kids, but also it comes to the parents. You have to make sure that you educate your kids on how to operate these devices. They can be dangerous. The same thing also with the approaches, and sometimes I know that kids may ignore some of these things, but we just got to be consistent and also let them know what can be the consequences of these things. I'm also working, because we're a big HOA right there, we have 3 intersections facing Narcoossee Road. So we're partnering with the commissioner to see what other things that we can do. Also with the sheriff's office, it could be probably getting or changing a little bit of the intersections, probably also see if we can get more crossing guards, and trying to take this approach, a holistic approach, the best that we can, to see how we can make things better for everybody. Because at the end of the day, things can get a lot worse, and what we're trying to do is being reactive, but also we also want to be proactive in what things we can do to contain and make things better for everybody. So thank you, Commissioner.
The city of Orlando city limit line is right behind my back here, over my shoulder. just about 100 yards away. So as Commissioner Cordero said, I think it's important that we collaborate, we work together, because the kids don't know where the lines are, right? They'll just zoom through, so, or anybody on a bicycle. We want to make sure that we're working together also with the schools. So obviously you heard from the sergeant about how many kids are going to the schools. We heard on Tuesday how many, what the ridership is at the schools, and middle school seems to be the biggest number of riders right now. So my idea is to collaborate with the commissioner, also with the school board member, and talk to these middle school kids and go to like events like open houses and things like that when the school year starts this August. We want to make sure that we're getting that education out. Obviously, the enforcement part is up to the Sheriff's Department and OPD. We want to make sure that that's happening as well. And finally, I'll just leave you with one message, and I got this from the pediatric surgeon at Nemours Hospital. Wear a helmet. If we come away from just one thing today, wear a helmet. That will save lives, it will save injuries, and it's the most important thing that we can put out immediately right now. Wear a helmet.
Important advice there. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. I want to get you live inside this Tampa City Council meeting where they've been hearing public comment about the Rays Stadium Memorandum of Understanding. Hillsborough County approved that yesterday. Tampa going to take a vote on that today, but we've been hearing a lot of public comment. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
MOU, you can get all these questions asked. You will make the final decision. You are only determined, can we get to third base, Charlie? We're on second base right now. We got to get to third base, and then from that, once we have 4 votes, then we can get at a home plate. But this is just to get the conversation continuing. It's non-binding. Now, let's get back to business. I showed you an opportunity zone on this overlay. Those are billions of dollars that was used in the Atlanta battery. They did the same thing with opportunity zones. The governor's going to approve this list. He's going to give that CRA to Drew Park and all that surrounding area, which includes the Tampa Bay Stadium. Even the Bucks might want to use this opportunity zone to get those reinvestment funds from the rich folks that have to pay capital gains tax. So don't throw the baby out with the bathwater today by voting no. Okay? Opportunity zone is how you're going to get additional money. And for those people that are worried about minority business, for those people that are worried about affordable housing, For those people that are worried about young people getting involved with jobs and educational opportunities, we have Rome Yard Community Benefit Agreement to show that it can be done. We have Gas Works that shows that we can get community benefits. That is where you put in what you want for young people, for minority business, for affordable housing is in that community benefit agreement that they must have by the city ordinance dealing with CRAs. You have to have a community benefit agreement. And I can say that because I sit on the Community Benefit Advisory Council, and I'm trying to get reappointed again because I know a whole bunch about them. You don't want nobody that don't know what they're doing with all this big money and getting community benefits. So I'm asking for that. And I'm going to conclude that it'd be real nice if the Rays, Charlie, can get us a real baseball museum on this site. And we need one with all the people we got around here. I'm going to leave it at that. I hope God be with you. But remember, this is non-binding. It's just an opportunity to get to third base. You're not going to get home until you have community benefit agreement, financial agreement, and all of those questions you're asking that can only come after 4 votes today. Because you're not approving anything, but an opportunity to have a continuing discussion. And with that, I'm going to sit down because I don't miss my meeting the last time.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Ken Babby, followed by Elvis Piggott, Connie Burton, Pastor Williams, Andy Scaglione.
Good afternoon, Ken Babby, CEO, Tampa Bay Rays, resident, Tampa, Florida. There's been so much energy in this room and throughout our community over these recent months. What we saw just yesterday, council members, is that our sistering governing body weighed a tough decision, debate, and made a decision to strongly move forward with a non-binding MOU to continue the conversation. Making a decision to continue a conversation in a generational opportunity for our community. We saw bipartisan support from all sides of the issue, all walks of life, saying yes to this generational moment to move a conversation forward. Just 3 hours later, we saw a unanimous vote by the Hillsborough College Board of Directors, unanimously deciding to move an opportunity forward not possible without an investment from the state, all caused by this opportunity. Tampa is a great American city. It's not that we're trying to become a great American city, we already are one. Great cities take bold actions and can invest in priorities and needs at the same time as taking on bold opportunities like we're talking about today. Our ownership group has said it, but I think it should be said again. We want to use baseball as a platform to make our community better. A work, live, learn, play development. In this room, what we're talking about today is an $80 million portion of an overall investment. An $80 million conversation with City Council. An $80 million conversation to drive $55 billion of economic impact and 11,900 jobs. We are on the cusp of making the largest community benefits agreement in the City of Tampa's history, funds to invest in projects that we so desperately need throughout our community that would not be possible without this investment. Many people over recent days have asked me, what if City Council votes no to a non-binding MOU? And I think there are many folks in the room that have the same curiosity to that question. I phoned Commissioner Manfred last night, and I want to read to you what he said. This is from Major League Baseball Commissioner Robert D. Manfred. We are in the late innings of a very long game with the future of baseball in Tampa Bay hanging in the balance. We have faith in Tampa Bay as a major league city, and I hope that the City Council responds with a positive vote to this non-binding MOU. I will close with this. I urge you, on behalf of our fans, on behalf of our community, on behalf of our city and our ownership group, to move the non-binding MOU forward so we can simply continue a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, I don't believe I see any, nope, we don't applaud at City Council. let's see, we've got Elvis, Connie, and Pastor Williams. I did not see them, and I understand that Tara has gone home. So Andy Scaglione, you're next. Followed by Bob Morrison, Allison Hewitt, and Bishop Michelle B. Patty. Andy, start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon. Well, this Andy Joe Scaglione. This current deal that we have now is the largest, richest subsidy in the history of Major League Baseball. When you look at the land, the lease that was done yesterday, over 100 acres of land at $10 per month, 99 years with 4 10-year terms. It makes it one of the richest deals in the Major League Baseball. For the record, contrary to the Rays PR and lobbyist machine, I would be against this current deal, the financial terms of it, if it was in Ybor City, Channelside, any place. And actually, with the real estate holdings I have in the West Shore and Drew Park area, you would think I'd be for this, but I will never compromise my values. They never threatened to file a personal lawsuit. I wouldn't be surprised if one is filed.
Hearing that public comment continuing live.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 TV. We've got a busy hour ahead of you as our live streaming news coverage continues this afternoon. Let me let you know some of what we've got coming for you in this next little bit. We are doing the math on the Rays Memorandum of Understanding. The City of Tampa still hearing public comment and shortly going to vote on moving that deal forward. We saw that step taken in Hillsborough County yesterday, so we are monitoring that meeting. And also, we're going to speak here on Florida Live with the former team president of the Miami Marlins to give us some insight on stadium deals and get his take on this step. We are also following up on the indictment of Raul Castro, the former Cuban president, and speaking with a former prosecutor with the U.S. Attorney's Office in Miami who has handled cases like this and talking with us about the next steps and where this case goes from here, whether it could end up in an arrest and what we expect to see. We are also getting another first look at the 2026 Atlantic hurricane season. NOAA releasing their outlook for the upcoming season and talking about some lessons learned from the past as well. And so as we get started here on Florida Live, pleased to be joined by Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, who joins me live here in our streaming studio. And Noah, we know we are just, a week and a half or so away from the start of hurricane season. Yep. And this is another one of those kind of milestones in the lead up to it, where we get another look at officials' kind of outlook and projection of what this season might look like.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of seasonal forecasts. The only two that really make headlines, Garrett, is the Colorado State one, and then the folks at NOAA. There's actually a lot of universities that do this. The University of Arizona does it, Florida State, Penn State. There's global institutions that issue hurricane outlooks. There's private companies in the United States. So there are actually many that do this, but the two that really make headlines and that we really care about is Colorado State and NOAA. And this afternoon, or I guess a few hours ago, NOAA came out with their official outlook and expectations for this season. And it's basically in line with what we've already seen from our friends at Colorado State, where we're looking at a below normal season. So on the right is their forecast, the 2026 forecast, 8 to 14 named storms. Remember, tropical depressions do not get named. Tropical storms and up get named. So we can have tropical depressions. Those don't get named. Those don't count in that category. 3 to 6 hurricanes, those are 75 miles an hour and up. And also 1 to 3 major hurricanes, those are category 3 or higher. That is the forecast from NOAA that came out today. Now, last year we had 13 named storms, 5 hurricanes, and 4 majors. So last year we had more major hurricanes than we're even expecting to be possible for today, for this season, I should say. And we had in the middle of the hurricanes for this year. But look at the average on the far left in yellow. 14 is the average named storm. So in the bold, aggressive case, pick your adjective, in the boom case for this year, which would be the most feasibly expected, is what would be average. So even if we hit the top end of the range of what's possible this year, it would still only be average. So in all likelihood, it's going to be fewer than normal. That's the expectation. With as few as 8, that's half almost of what's typical. 7 hurricanes is normal and 3 majors. But look at the bottom two. They issued there the chances of there being an above average season at just 10% for the 2026 hurricane season, which starts from June 1st and goes through the end of November. Now, as we enter the month of June, areas that we're going to be looking out for are close to home, shaded in yellow. Very rarely do we see tropical development out in the Atlantic early in the year. Now, one big point I want to make is that we've talked extensively about this being a below average season. That is the expectation. But, there's always a but, right, with everything. But the interesting thing is that strong El Niños, like we have this year, are often met with a higher than normal occurrence of early season storms. So of that, let me go back real quick. Of that range that you see for named storms, which NOAA this year is expecting between 8 and 14. So on the right there, 8 to 14 named storms. The interesting thing is that in a lot of years like this that are historically similar, we've had several of those in June or July, which is historically not normal. We only average about a storm and a half between June and the middle part of July. So it would not be a shock to me if we get 1, 2, or 3 named storms that are pretty weak that form in the Caribbean, Gulf, or off the southeast U.S. this June or early July. And the reason for that, simply put, is that the impacts of El Nino, a strong one, that make it hard for storms to form, those impacts really don't set in until like later part of July and into August. So there's actually sneakily a little window early in these big El Nino years, Garrett, where you can get storms that form early in the year. Now, generally they're not strong, and there's also another angle to this, that there's many people in Florida, especially with fire departments and the state, that would probably welcome a slow-moving tropical depression that dumped a lot of rain over 2 days without a lot of storm surge or wind. That would actually probably be welcomed in a year like this to get out of the drought if there were not a lot of other impacts. But we will see what happens. So the thing here is that it's below average, fit in line with what Colorado State came out with a couple of weeks ago, and we're going to watch out for early season development. It could be a year where we have a little bit more of that. So nothing here, though, was unexpected with the forecast today. It was actually pretty similar to the Colorado State one that came out a couple of weeks ago.
Your colleague, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist
Yes.
Laurel Blanchard, was at that news conference earlier today where they released that outlook and that forecast, and she asked a really good question about how quickly storms can intensify, specifically asking about Hurricane Melissa, which we saw, and ask about some of the lessons learned from that as well. I want to play the answer that we heard from officials with NOAA.
Here, Laurel Blanchard, Fox 35 News. From last year, what are the lessons learned kind of going into this season? Because last year, of course, we saw the rapid intensification of Melissa. A couple of P3 missions actually had to abort mission because of the intensity of that storm. And you mentioned in the 2026 outlook that it only takes one storm and rapid intensification is possible. So what are the lessons learned from 2025 that you're taking into 2026 season with that in mind?
Ken, do you want to take that one? Okay.
You brought up Hurricane Melissa, and I think I was thinking about it, Mike. I don't know if we ever talked about it, but you think about going to Jamaica with that storm and how it rapidly intensified. I mean, you talk about it only takes one. So move the Bermuda High over the Atlantic. How far, Mike? What do you think? 300, 400, 500 miles to the west. And then all of a sudden the storms curve a little closer to home. So you don't have to change a lot of the parameters to be able to get those storms in here. So that's why we always say, just make sure to make sure everybody has that early plan. So that's one of the biggest lessons learned is we just can't let our guard down. And I think, just back to some of the social science, you got to be able to remind the public, you have a season that wasn't as busy, or they hear the words below, or we don't have a storm. You can't predict when in the season, but if it's a late start, then people let their guard down. So the biggest lesson for me is just fortifying our messaging of that early preparedness. Everyone has to be ready, because it doesn't have to be a scramble at the last minute if everybody has a plan.
So just kind of reiterating that message of the importance of being prepared and being vigilant, even when there is a slow start to the season.
And the interesting thing too, Garrett, is that even though, again, not to repeat, but below average year, the water isn't a long-term trend of being so warm that if something is able to break through the negating impacts of El Nino, it could still become really strong. It's just that we saw this in 2023. In Florida, 2023, if you remember, was the year of Idalia. That was also a strong El Nino. Now, it wasn't as strong of an El Nino as this year, but 2023 was really pretty quiet. Just like when Ian happened in 2022. There was hardly anything that impacted anybody anywhere, even in the Caribbean or anywhere else in the Atlantic Ocean. And then there was a 1 week window where the El Nino kind of weakened. And then you got Ian, and in 2023 you had Idalia. So you can have small windows in the season that produce one big storm. But it would be a big shock this year if there was an above average number of storms. And remember, once we do get going, things in terms of our tropical anatomy, we start with just an area of showers and storms. Then we go to a tropical depression. Those don't get names. Then the third symbol in from the left, that's when we get tropical storms. They get names. The winds are 39 miles an hour or higher, and hurricanes become 75 miles an hour and up. But Garrett, I would think it's a year this year where the symbols on the left side of the screen, I think of all the storms we see, if we see 7 or 8 or 9, 10, which again is well below the 15-ish or so that's normal, a lot of them are going to be weaker because the winds up in the jet stream and the clouds are so strong that's going to keep them weak. That said, we don't have the ability to predict the week-to-week state of the atmosphere 4 months out, right now. So, there could always be a 1 week window at the end of August or September where the winds aloft calm down, and then you get one Category 4 hurricane, and the rest of the storms are all really weak for the year. So that's just something we're going to have to wait and see on. But it would be the expectation that most of what we see this year is going to be on the weaker end. And we could have a lot of tropical depressions. Remember, those don't count for the named storm tally. It's a very interesting factor because, especially in Florida, we've had plenty of tropical depressions over time that have produced 10 to 20 inches of rain and a couple tornadoes where it doesn't have a name, doesn't count for the total, but it's still memorable and impactful. So you don't need a name to have an impactful season 2.
Yeah, it's a lot, all of that to say, it only takes one storm and don't let our guard down.
Very different than 2020, if you remember that. That was the year we got into the Greek alphabet.
Yeah.
We were so far into the Greek alphabet where half, me included, I didn't even remember half of the Greek letters. So that was a year where it was very clear going in, we were going to be that busy. This is kind of the opposite of that.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Give you a live look right now inside the Tampa City Council meeting where public comment is continuing right now ahead of a vote on the Memo of Understanding between the city and the team on a potential next stadium and the stadium deal we saw Hillsborough County vote on yesterday. It is time for our Tampa Connection. We've got the Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay joining us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, that is would be another big step forward for the Rays if that deal goes through, if the council votes today to move things forward.
Yes, this would definitely be another big step to build that Rays Stadium across the bridge here in Tampa. Now, as you just saw, the Tampa City Council, they are meeting today, and they are meeting to decide whether or not to move forward with the first portion of Tampa's proposed $180 million contribution to this potential Rays Stadium being built here in Tampa. Now, that involves $80 million from the city's portion of the community investment tax, which is a half-cent sales tax renewal that is taking effect in December. If that passes, council members are expected to meet again as the Drew Park Community Redevelopment Area Board to consider the second piece, which is $100 million from the Drew Park CRA. That money would cover upfront costs and be paid back through future property tax growth in the redevelopment area. The city's two votes are tied to a non-binding memorandum of understanding for a proposed new Rays ballpark on the Dale Mabry campus of Hillsborough College. Together, the city's $180 million share would join the county's proposed $796 million contribution. The larger stadium project is estimated at $2.3 billion, with the Rays responsible for more than $1 billion and any cost overruns. Supporters say the project would keep Major League Baseball in Tampa Bay, redevelop part of the Drew Park area, and bring new investment to Hillsborough College. However, critics question the amount of public money involved and whether taxpayers would take on too much. The city votes come one day after Hillsborough County Commissioners approved their part of the non-binding agreement in a 5-2 vote. County staff said public safety projects are protected from any impact. County officials also said the project would need to be added to a list of eligible projects under the community investment tax referendum voters approved in 2022 to avoid a legal challenge over the use of that money, which would require a public hearing process. Now, later Wednesday, Hillsborough College trustees voted unanimously to lease 113 acres of the school land to the Rays for 99 years. The school is depending on $150 million in the state budget to help build new campus buildings planned for the southwest corner of the campus. Under the lease, the college would also have the right to weigh in on the rest of the development, which the Rays say would include stores, restaurants, hotels, and offices. So even if the city council approves both votes today, the stadium deal would still not be final. The Memorandum of Understanding is non-binding and allows negotiators to keep working through the remaining issues. Those include how maintenance projects would be funded, what protections would exist if private development does not happen, how construction quality and cost would be monitored, and what would be included in a community benefits agreement. That agreement could focus on issues such as affordable housing, job guarantees, and the types of businesses that open around this project. Garrett.
All right, still a lot to be ironed out with that. I should note we're also going to talk more about the Rays MOU and that process in our next block as well. Now, Nancy, also in Tampa, the police department, they are looking at making some changes to its chase policy.
Yes, this all comes after a November crash that killed 4 people and injured about a dozen others in Ybor City. Now, the Tampa police chief, that would be Lee Bearcaw, after reviewing his police agency's response to that particular crash, signed a memo confirming that Tampa police did not participate in or request the pursuit of the vehicle that was involved. However, the department did update its policy to clarify expectations. The new policy explicitly prohibits Tampa police officers from asking another agency to start a chase when Tampa Police's own policy would not allow them to do so. Now, this update comes as the department released nearly 12 minutes of helicopter footage showing how that November 8th incident unfolded. The Tampa Police Aviation Unit initially spotted 2 cars street racing before one headed out onto I-275. Now, according to court documents, the aviation unit shared the vehicle's location with a Tampa Police patrol unit and 2 Florida Highway Patrol troopers. Now, shortly after, a Florida Highway Patrol trooper tried a traffic stop for reckless driving, but that vehicle did not stop. The trooper then tried and failed to use a pit maneuver to stop the vehicle. The trooper ended the pursuit pursuit due to heavy pedestrian traffic along 7th Avenue. And about 10 seconds later, the Tampa police helicopter crew could be heard on video offering to keep the car in sight so that the trooper could back off. Now, right after that sentence was finished, that car plowed into a crowd of people outside Bradley's on 7th and the Copper Shaker. Silas Sampson, who is 23 years old, was arrested, and he faces several charges, including DUI manslaughter. Now, in addition to reviewing that November crash, Tampa police say they reviewed all fleeing to elude incidents involving the Florida Highway Patrol within the city since February of 2024. The department says that review confirmed Tampa police did not request the Highway Patrol to pursue vehicles in any of those cases, and no violation of department policy were found. Now, as we previously reported, the Florida Highway Patrol operates under a more relaxed pursuit policy, which was amended in 2024 to give troopers fewer restrictions when engaging in chases. Experts say this policy update highlights the balancing act of having two different agencies with two different chase policies patrolling the same streets. According to the memo, Tampa police have previously given the Florida Highway Patrol 8 radios to help with communication during joint operations as well as major events. Now, this week, the department announced it took those radios back. Tampa police stated that future communication with the Highway Patrol will go through the main communications division to ensure transparency as well as accountability. The memo does not specify if the trooper involved in that November crash had one of those radios. Garrett.
And finally, in our Tampa connection, Nancy, what's the buzz about this AI beehive?
Yes, this story is super cool, and it's happening up in Pasco County. It's actually taking place in a community called Angeline that is in Land O'Lakes, and that is the first master plan community to use what's called the Bee Home system. Now, this was created by BeeWise, and this robotic beehive system monitors bee colonies and cuts down on the manual tasks of beekeepers. Now, this is important as the U.S. bee population declines, and that's why communities like Angeline are turning to AI-powered technologies to protect these colonies. Now, this system uses sensors and cameras to monitor those colonies, allowing the robotics to inspect the frames just like a human beekeeper would and report back to the technicians that are located around the world. Now, the technology actively looks for threats to the colonies or regularities, such as checking for the presence of a queen, her egg production, and the presence of varroa mites, which is a leading cause of colony collapse around the world. Now, while experts say human beekeepers will always be important to the functioning of the hives, this technology allows for quick intervention. Now, if issues are detected, the system can treat the bees within the hive by moving them to a warmer area. The temperature is raised just enough to kill the mice without hurting the bees, which has shown a 70% reduction in colony collapse compared to what's happening naturally around the world. Beekeepers say this technology is vital as the country faces an ongoing decline in bee population. Now, bees are a crucial component of the ecosystem, pollinating roughly about 75% of the crops we eat and about 80% of the flowering plants around the world. And without them, experts say our food supply would be in jeopardy.
We certainly plays an important role. Fascinating to hear about how that technology is helping with it. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Give you another live look right now inside Tampa City Council chambers, where they've been hearing public comment for quite a while now ahead of a vote on the Rays Stadium Memorandum of Understanding, another step to move the process forward when it comes to those ongoing negotiations for a new Rays Stadium on the campus of Hillsborough College in Tampa. Pleased to be joined this afternoon by someone who knows a thing or two about stadium deals and running a team as well. We are joined by David Sampson, who is now the host of Nothing Personal with David Sampson and the former team president of the Miami Marlins. David, thank you so much for your time. Nice to chat with you this afternoon, and thanks for joining us here on Florida Live.
I appreciate it. It's good to see the public comment. That can last for hours. The good news is, or the bad news, depending on your point of view, the decision of the votes of the people on the council is not in any way swayed by the public comment.
Their mind's already made up, you're saying?
Yeah, I sat through hours and hours of public comment with all the votes that we had in front of commissioners of the city and the county, and this is not the last vote by any stretch. This is a non-binding memorandum of understanding. It's like step 1 of 1,000, but that said, there's going to be public comments every step of the way, but in my experience, it never sways. You know what the vote is going into the vote if you're the team and you've done your homework.
Yeah, because of your experience, just kind of walk us through the process and kind of what it's like from the team's perspective going through something like this, where you are trying to get quite a bit of public money to help out.
Yeah, you're counting votes all the time. You know that sometimes you need a simple majority and sometimes you need 3/4, depending on what the issue is. And so you are always keeping count of who is with you and who's not. And you're meeting with each individual council member. There's something called the Sunshine Laws, so you can't meet with more than one at a time. And you have to register as a lobbyist, which I did. And I did all the meetings where you're meeting and saying, okay, here's what we're asking for. How does this sound to you? What can we do to make this more palatable for you? What about your district? What do you need? You know, and it turned out that our commissioners in Miami-Dade wanted parks for baseball. And so the Marlins are still refurbishing a park every year for 30 years. So there's always things that go in. I just would caution you, this is very preliminary what's happening. The headline after today with the successful vote is only that a non-binding MOU has been agreed to, not that a ballpark is ready for a shovel in the ground.
Yeah, so kind of put in perspective for us what this step means then.
It's amazing to lead off a game with a double. It's good. You haven't quite scored. It's the first inning, and you can score a lot in the first and then still blow the game, right? The closer can blow the game, but it's still better than striking out and going back to the dugout as the first batter of the game. But that's really how early it is. They're not close to final agreements. Those get negotiated, and that takes plenty of time, and there'll still be more votes for those agreements.
Well, and in Tampa, we have seen these, MOUs be approved before and fall through with the previous stadium deal in St. Pete.
Well, you guys have had announcements. I mean, there's been, and I did it too. It's what you want to be true. It's like faking it till you make it. But all of these processes are required to get a deal. And I love what they're doing there. Obviously, the redevelopment is a huge part of it. It's a real estate transaction for the most part. And that's a critical part to this too. And so that's why you see the numbers are so big for the public help and what the team's willing to do. Because baseball alone would not finance their share of the stadium deal. But all of the ancillary development and the control they'd have over that is how you can start to make the numbers work.
Yeah, I want to get your take on the numbers here. We've got some of the math here on the graphic. Just what do you make overall of the kind of where things stand with the math and the look of this deal as it stands right now?
I would just tell you that I don't ever recall a stadium looking a lot like the rendering. And the reason we do renderings is to get excitement around the project that we're doing, but it's not meant to look and say, oh, there's going to be a tree there for sure, or, oh, the final building will look exactly like that. You can't know what your building is going to look like until you're through design development and until you see construction documents. Do you even know what the price is actually going to be? So there's so much work. And then the development around, that can take a decade. And so What people tend to think with a rendering is, oh, we're going to get this for opening day of 2029, and I would just manage your expectations that it's not going to be like that.
What about the numbers of this deal when it comes to the public and kind of private breakdown?
Yeah, I think there's going to be movement with those numbers. That's just, it's too early to give a final number right now. It really is. And what this is, what the deal that they're putting in front is an MOU. But again, that's a memorandum of understanding. I understand. Let's memorialize what we understand to be the case right now. It's non-binding, so it doesn't mean anything, and also everything could change. So these numbers, to me, I don't know how much steel they're going to have or how much prefabricated concrete or what the amenities are going to be or what they're looking at in terms of the development. I just don't have those answers, so it's really hard to say what the number will actually be. What the agreements do is put a cap on what the numbers will be for the public. That's the key if you're the public right now. What's the most we will put in regardless of what the stadium costs? But then you have to look at what's in the agreement of what happens, not just when there's overruns for the stadium, but what happens when something goes awry. What are the clauses in the deal when something really unexpected happens? And all of these documents are public. All of them will be seen and debated, but that's just not today.
There has been some pushback on the public funding, some questions about the sources of that money and what it should be used for, whether it should be part of this. I know you were part of what was a controversial deal down in South Florida for what is now Lone Depot Park. So what do you make of that conversation over the use of public money and things like this, and whether that investment is returned for the taxpayers?
I have a hard time getting unanimity that today is Thursday. I don't know about you, but I really have a hard time getting everyone to agree to that. There is no such thing as a public expenditure where every taxpayer agrees that that's the right use for the money. It could be the greatest project in the history of projects, and there would be people who are against it. So as a team president, the job is to work with the politicians to deliver what the politicians believe is in the best interests of the community. The community, that doesn't mean every individual in the community. It means the entire community. And to me, having professional baseball in Tampa, that makes Tampa a better city. I think that I can make that argument very convincingly. Does it mean that it shouldn't be used to increase the salaries of teachers or firemen? No, but it's from different pots of money. The money being used for the stadium in Tampa, I promise you, can't be reallocated to first responders or to firemen. It just doesn't work that way. The state legislature has rules about where certain money can go, and that is just the rules of engagement that I played with and that the people in Tampa are playing with, and that's the reality of stadium financing, not just in Florida. It's everywhere in the country. By the way, everywhere in the world.
Yeah, David Sampson, host of Nothing Personal with David Sampson and the former Miami Marlins team president. Thank you so much for joining us here on Florida Live. Enjoyed chatting with you here.
Have a great day.
You too. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 TV. We are continuing to follow up today on the indictment of Raul Castro, a former Cuban president who is now facing charges of murder and conspiracy to kill in connection with the shoot down of two civilian planes in 1996. Joining us live now to talk about this is Lindsay Lazopoulos-Friedman, who is a partner at Holtzman Vogel Law Firm in Miami and a former prosecutor as well with the U.S. Attorney's Office there. Lindsay, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live.
Thanks for having me, Garrett. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I first just want to get your reaction. I know you've handled a number of national security cases and kind of similar cases here. Just give me your reaction to the announcement yesterday when you heard about this indictment.
Like much of the community, I was excited to see the charges finally brought. This is a case that has been investigated for a very long time by the Southern District. And in fact, as you can see from the indictment, it was originally charged back in 2003 against two of the pilots. And so this indictment is just building on a longer term investigation. And to me, it's a confirmation of this U.S. Attorney's Office commitment to justice for victims.
Like you kind of outlined there, how this has been a process. What all goes into something like this and being able to say, okay, we've got the evidence to indict the person who made the call here?
Absolutely. So cases such as this are presented to a grand jury and typically over several different sessions of that grand jury. And the United States attorney, assistant attorney, the prosecutor, together with the agent, will show that grand jury evidence. They'll call in witnesses, they'll show documents, photographs, things of that nature. And then eventually when they presented their case, they will ask the grand jury to vote on charges. And the grand jury is voting, and it's a group of our fellow citizens, just like a regular jury is, that meet together to review cases. And they will vote on whether there is probable cause that the evidence presented demonstrates that the defendants committed the charges in the indictment. And so an indictment of this scale, similar to the Maduro one, would be presented over numerous sessions with significant evidence. And then because of the political nature, it also has to go through a more lengthy chain of command than a regular indictment would. So this goes all the way up to the Department of Justice for review.
Does a case like this present maybe obstacles or challenges that a typical case of, federal charges would, just because we're talking about someone who is a former leader of a country? And not only that, but when you're talking about Cuba, which has a long and complicated history with the United States as well.
Definitely, Garrett. On a granular level, even just these charges are not really typical charges you see in federal court. Murder, the conspiracy to kill American citizens is within the terrorism statute, and even, destruction of aircraft is more common. But murder and terrorism charges are really not your run-of-the-mill charges that you see. So on a granular level, this is an unusual indictment for that reason. But as you stated, it's an unusual indictment as well because of the political nature of it. And so this indictment could have been brought. I think likely the One of the co-defendants is cooperating. He was arrested last year in the Northern District of Florida on immigration charges. He's been added to the indictment along with Raul. My guess is that he has been providing information, and that's something that helped them get this indictment. But they had much of this evidence for the last few decades. And so I think that, to your point, many people are wondering, is it a pretext or a reason to go in to Cuba at this moment? I think that that is probably, a piece of the puzzle, but that's not it. I think that no prosecutor and no U.S. Attorney's Office is going to bring an indictment only for that reason. This is a well-founded indictment with real victims who suffered. And so I think that because it's sufficient under the evidence, it's a good indictment. But it is part of this larger pressure campaign that we have seen the administration inflicting over the last few months. That's included sanctions, it's included diplomatic meetings, now this indictment. And of course, yesterday and today, we saw the aircraft carriers going into the Caribbean. And then the last piece of the puzzle, which is really random under the way the system works, but today the Supreme Court released a case called Havana Docks. And that is a Supreme Court case in which a builder who had built the docks, those were seized by the Castros in 1959. When Obama opened up Cuba, U.S. cruises were going to those docks and using them, and Havana Docks, under the Helms-Burton Act, sued those cruise lines and said, those are our docks and you are benefiting from them. You're trafficking in our property with the Cuban government. Now, that case is not finally decided. The Supreme Court has sent it back to the appellate court for additional questions, but they have said that that case can go forward. That's yet another huge piece of Cuba news this week.
We heard the acting attorney general say yesterday in that news conference at the Freedom Tower there in Miami that this is not an indictment just for show, that they intend to arrest Raul Castro, that they intend for him to face trial here in the United States. How likely actually is that, Lindsay?
The consensus that I have heard from other people in this space, as well as my own experience as a prosecutor, is that it's not likely. I think all options are on the table here. We may end up seeing Raul Castro in a Florida courtroom, but I don't think that's very likely. I think instead, we had offered the carrot of the humanitarian aid. Here is the stick of the indictment and the aircraft carriers. And so I think it is just instead going to result, hopefully, in what we all want, which is regime change, but probably not in an arrest of Raul Castro.
And so what happens next? What will you be watching for as this story kind of advances?
I think I'll be watching to see if there are any other members of the regime that are caught up in other indictments. This indictment was extremely specific to the Brothers to the Rescue case, but there have been discussions of other investigations that have been going on against members of the Cuban regime. Again, those sanctions that were issued on May 18th involve specific individuals. So I'll be looking to see if there's any further charges. I'll also be looking to see what happens with this co-defendant who's already in custody, and if there are any other arrests of the other defendants that are named here.
Lindsay Lazopoulos-Friedman, partner with Holtzman Vogel Law Firm in Miami. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us here on Florida Live today.
My pleasure. Thank you, Garrett.
And we did hear from President Trump earlier today in the Oval Office. He was asked about the aircraft carrier that was sent to Cuba this week and asked whether it was meant to intimidate the Cuban government. Here is what he told reporters.
In Cuba, there was an aircraft carrier that just arrived there this week, a Nimitz aircraft carrier. Are you sending that there to intimidate the Cuban government?
No, not at all. Cuba, look, it's a failed country. Everybody knows it. They don't have electricity. They don't have money. They don't have really anything. They don't have food. And we're going to help them along, and we're going to help them because number one, I want to help them, on a humanitarian basis, but we have the Cuban American population, much of it living in Miami and Florida. That's a great group of people, amazing group of people, industrious, they're great Americans. They've wanted this to happen. They want to go back to their country. They want to help their country. I hope they're going to stay here, but they want to go back. They want to invest in their country and, see if they can bring it back. Other presidents have looked at this for 50, 60 years doing something, and it looks like I'll be the one that does it, so would be happy to do it. We want to open it up to Cuban Americans where they can go back and help.
That was President Trump earlier today in the Oval Office, an event that we brought you live earlier on Fox 35 News Plus. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. A live look right now, Space Launch Complex 40, where earlier today we saw SpaceX launch 29 Starlink satellites from Florida's Space Coast. You also may have seen a space jellyfish from that launch. Meanwhile, tonight, SpaceX is going to be launching the 12th test flight of its Starship. That launch happening in Texas, but part of another step forward for that Starship and a potential move here to Florida's Space Coast as well. All of this after SpaceX this week filed for an IPO, its initial public offering, where it's going to be publicly traded on the NASDAQ as SPCX. And it could make Elon Musk, who is going to be the company's CEO, CPO, and chairman of the board, the world's first trillionaire. Now, earlier today, I spoke with Dr. Jay Ritter, who is an IPO expert and a professor at the University of Florida, to break down what this means for SpaceX, for Elon Musk, and what it means for you if you would like to invest.
Well, this is almost certainly going to be the world's largest IPO ever, and by a wide margin. This is a real big deal. And also, a lot of the shares are going to be allocated to retail investors.
What have we been able to learn about SpaceX and the company from its filing, and that is obviously kind of a necessary step as part of the IPO?
Yesterday, they filed what's known as an S-1 with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, which gives all sorts of warnings about what could go wrong. And also gives a lot of financial information. The company's main sources of revenue are the rocket launches, and in particular, their Starlink internet service. And the Starlink service is growing rapidly in terms of the number of subscribers. The total revenue of the company, however, which includes X, formerly known as Twitter, and XAI, is less than $20 billion. And they're talking about a valuation of something like $1.5 trillion. Something like 75 times annual revenue. Among big companies going public, this difference between the valuation and the revenue is unheard of. And the company is losing money, but the potential future profits are enormous for the company.
If you're SpaceX and you've been a private company, why go public? What's the thinking here, and how this might benefit the company, how it might benefit Elon Musk, what the impact might be on its operations? Just kind of walk us through that decision making.
Well, importantly, it's raising capital for the company. Currently, the company is burning through cash. The Starship rockets, where, as you just mentioned, there's scheduled to be another test flight later today. That is not profitable yet, but SpaceX is already the low-cost producer of rocket launches in terms of how much it costs to send a pound into space. And with Starship, it's very likely they're going to be lowering that cost substantially further. That's going to allow them to send up even more Starlink satellites and lower the cost of providing service to people. And it's quite possible that at a lower cost for getting internet access rather than a fiber optic cable to your house, that huge numbers of people around the world might decide to use Starlink. And this could potentially be an enormous source of profits. Currently, they're making money on it. But it's possible they could expand the number of subscribers by a factor of 100.
We've seen reports that this could raise up to $75 billion for the company. What can people expect? Someone maybe seeing this and saying, "Oh, I'd like to invest in SpaceX." What can we expect as far as a cost, price per share, or what can people expect when this launches?
Well, based upon the number of shares that the company has outstanding, it will probably be priced at about $125 per share. So buying 100 shares would mean $12,500. Once it starts trading, it might go up or down. Indeed, I'm certain it will go up and down. The stock will be very volatile. On average, with initial public offerings, IPOs, they do jump on the first day of trading. Once it starts trading, anybody can buy. But even at the offer price, the reports are that there's going to be an unusually large retail tranche, maybe as many as 200 million shares being made available to individual investors to buy. The company in the registration statement says that Fidelity, Schwab, SoFi, and Robinhood account holders will be able to buy, although it's up to those individual brokers, such as Robinhood, to decide how many shares and which of their clients get shares.
So you mentioned Starship. We talked about that a little bit. It is something that has had issues before with with the launches with these previous test flights. With another test flight tonight, now that we know they're kind of preparing to go public, how important is a test flight like this? How important for SpaceX is it that something like this go well ahead of an IPO if you're trying to court potential investors here?
It's not especially important. Sending big rockets into space and then catching part of the booster to be able to reuse it is incredibly complicated. This is one of the reasons why they have no competitor that's able to come close, and why it's very unlikely that there will be a serious competitor. And as a result of it being so complicated and so difficult to get it right, this is one of the reasons why they might have very high profit margins in the future.
Last thing here, Dr. Ritter, what should we know? What should we take away? What's the bottom line here as we continue to hear about Elon Musk and SpaceX and this forthcoming IPO?
Well, a great company doesn't automatically mean a great investment. If the price is too high, the returns for investors are going to be limited. Indeed, if they go public at a valuation of $1.5 trillion, and become the world's most valuable company in a few years, even worth more than NVIDIA, that's only a 300% upside potential. And a lot of things could go wrong. There's definitely some upside potential here, but there's also a very realistic possibility that the company isn't going to be able to grow revenue and profits as enormously as a valuation of $1.5 trillion implies.
Dr. Jay Ritter, Director of the IPO Initiative at the UF College of Business, joining me earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus. Well, let me give you a live look right now up in the Panhandle. This is a live look in Gulf Breeze in Santa Rosa County, where we are awaiting a news conference from State CFO Blazin Golia, who is also the State Fire Marshal. Looks like he's going to be talking about hurricane preparedness now that we are just a week and a half out from the start of hurricane season. Well, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live, on Fox Local, and on Fox 35 TV as well. If you are joining us on our digital platforms, we'll have that news conference and some other things for you coming up in the next half hour. If you're joining us on TV, thanks for joining us today, and I will see you next.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. Here's a live look in Gulf Breeze, where we are awaiting CFO Blazin Golia. Speaking up at the Panhandle there, Santa Rosa County. Going to be talking about hurricane preparedness on this day that we got another look at the outlook of the upcoming hurricane season in the Atlantic. You can find all of our breakdowns on that right now on Fox Local and on YouTube. While we're waiting on that to start, I do want to go ahead and take us to Tampa City Council, where we are now hearing from members of the City Council discussing the Rays MOU. After hearing public comment for a couple of hours there in Tampa, now we're hearing from the council members themselves ahead of a vote on this and whether or not to move this forward. Interesting conversation with David Sampson in our last hour. I hope you didn't miss that. We'll have that up soon on Fox Local and YouTube too, in case you did miss it. But talking about, kind of putting this step in perspective for us. Let's go ahead and listen in live right now in Tampa.
Opinion of what public facility could be. To me, public facility is the Riverwalk or one of our community centers. But this is a stadium that you have to pay to get into. We can't walk into Raymond James and have a picnic on the field or sit in the stands and take photos. The CIT, what concerns me is, and why it's just $80 million in the grand scheme of $2.3 billion. They're talking about property tax reform. They're talking about the sales tax not being collected on commercial leases. We've taken a hit on that. We don't know what kind of hit we're going to take on the property tax reform. Is it going to be another homestead exemption? Is it going to be an exemption for seniors that are homesteaded? I don't know. But whatever it is, should it pass and should it come down to us, we are going to lose money. And when we have budget discussions up here and we talk about, well, we need to move money around and we need 100,000 here, well, where are you going to get the money from? Or 50,000 here, where are you going to get the money from? On small amounts and small increments. That's why I go back to why the CIT is so precious and why I told people it's business as usual should you go to renew this, because it's a lifeline. The CIT is so broad that it goes to public safety. You can build a fire station, you can buy police cars, you can pave roads. So in my time on city council, the complaints or the requests that I get of constituents are, when are we going to get our roads paved? When am I going to get a sidewalk? You know, hey, we need more of a police, new police cars, or we need more of a fire presence. Whatever it is, those are the complaints I get. Or even as simple as, can I get a speed bump on my street? And my response for years was, we don't have the money for it. We don't have the money for a speed bump, but it's 80 million, very precious and very important dollars. That's the speed bump in the road for me. You know, it says, shall not exceed. Why can't this agreement be amended, or a commitment saying, you know what, we'll leave the CIT. We'll go to the state for more money. We'll put in more private dollars. When we had our workshop, Mr. Babby, who is wonderful, said the stadium is going to, the ballpark's going to be $2.3 billion. The Rays will cover the overage. If it's $2.6 billion, I believe was the number, the Rays will cover the overage. What is $80 million? Because at the end of the day, I need to face my constituents and the taxpayers, and when they go, Guido, I've been waiting years to get my road paved, or I've been waiting years for this, well, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. But then they're going to ask me, but you weren't hesitant in giving $80 million paid over 4 years, or $20 million to a private organization. Yes. Will it bring benefits to the city? Fine. And I'll just wrap up with this. Why can't it be reimbursable? Reimbursable over a period of time. Anything.
That's it.
And that's it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Okay. This is the MOU or the memorandum that was sent out on June 4th, 2024. Investment tax renewal. At the bottom, it clearly says, the funds projected or proposed for Raymond James Stadium and Amalie Arena at the time may only be spent on capital maintenance and repair and not on new structures or facilities. Very clear. Next. So, nope, I don't want that one. So I did the work for y'all. I got the list of the projected projects. It's right here. Guess what we're supposed to do this year? Yellow Jackets improvements, Burrell Park renovation, Gadsden Park improvements, a new MacDill Air Force access improvements on Inner Bay. These are the brand new things. And then we have the usual stuff, police and fire boats. And then so you go down at the very bottom. Yesterday from the CFO, I got the projected CIT revenue. I have copies for all y'all. $35 million next year. $20 million for the Rays gives us $15 million. And since there's $28,800,000 worth of projects, we're going to have to defer all that. All that stuff we promised. Ms. Scharf, if you could put the picture on. We have fought to get the Yellow Jackets what we didn't get them in the West Tampa project. We fought for this. So what you're telling them is we're going to have to choose between police and fire and them. Thank you. Next. So I also did some research. There is a economist, an economics professor at Kennesaw State University. No, go back. Sorry, you're right. J.C. Bradbury. He is writing a book that comes out this summer called This One Will Be Different: False Promises and Fiscal Realities of Publicly Funded Stadiums. He's a huge baseball fan up in Atlanta. So the Cobb County gave $300 million to build Truist Park in Georgia. It was funded by a combination of property, hotel, and rental car taxes. Unfortunately, it hasn't been a boon for taxpayers. The gains have been far too small to cover the county's debt service and other funding obligations, generating an annual loss of around $15 million. And what spending may be imported into Cobb happens only during the baseball season. They have not been a year-round attraction. Purchases within the surrounding district largely come at the expense of other off-campus area businesses. And that is exactly what I heard when going to these meetings. Our local businesses said, we don't want our business to be taken away by the Rays. We want it to augment, and that is not what we're seeing. The fundamental principle that guides my vote here today is being straight with the citizens of Tampa. When the citizens of this city voted to approve the CIT, they were told why the tax was needed, what their tax dollars would be used for, and to gain their votes, they were told that the money would not be used on a new stadium. If CIT funds are to be used on a new stadium, that should be put to a vote by the citizens of Tampa. And if and when that referendum is on the ballot, we owe it to the citizens to make sure that the deal they are voting on is the best deal that can be made for our city, not a rushed deal. Major League Baseball is big business with a lot of bargaining power, but the city has a lot of bargaining power too, and the city should use that power and should not be afraid to slow things down to negotiate and bring the best deal possible to the people. I'm going to go back to Councilman Carlson's point. Council's had no say in these negotiations at all. We've had no say about this $80 million. We've had no say about the city's use of $100 million or the CRA's use. There is no EBO office anymore, y'all. We took that out 2 weeks ago. We will not be able to mandate women-owned minority business be used at all. We can't require unions to be used at all. The state has preempted us from all of these things. We have no options to request those items that they say are going to be a part of this. I'll save more for later.
Okay. My turn. One, I did not have Charlie Miranda using AI on my bingo card today. That was a surprise. A couple of things. One, I've been quoted as saying this is not about stadium construction, it's about city building. And you have an area of the city of Tampa that has long been neglected. Anybody, even from the highest profile area of driving up a major roadway, Del Mabry Highway, when you look, you see a sea of, grass-ridden parking lots, and then you go further north, you see abandoned buildings and, businesses that once thrived that are no longer thriving. Any of you that are brave enough to venture into Drew Park, you see some very interesting types of businesses mixed into that group of adult type of establishments, which is not necessarily, not family oriented or whatnot. So, what about the CIT? Why doesn't Drew Park deserve infrastructure? Why doesn't this Drew Park deserve an investment from the city of Tampa that other areas of the city of Tampa has? Drew Park deserves it just like downtown, Channelside, Ybor City, East Tampa, any of our other CRAs. So I'm kind of, and I know it's not heavily populated, but there are citizens and people that live there. There's business owners that live up there that deserve better than what they're currently getting from the city of Tampa. And as we heard from a member in public comment today, this is precisely the type of construction project that brings that to this area that has long been neglected. And I mean, I think if we were talking about dropping this somewhere in East Tampa, people would be cheering this, because how many times has Valerie come up and Connie and talk about, let's bring jobs to our youth. Let's create job generation. Let's give people opportunity. This is exactly what this is doing. It is job creation. It's providing opportunities for people. If we're not a catalyst for this type of industry, we just flatline. We're never going to get any better than we are today. And that's just a fact. Density equals, that's just a fact. Density equals opportunity. One thing I'll tell you that I don't care for urban sprawl. We have the expansion of urban service area into the county time and time again. We're losing agricultural land. We're losing environmental sensitive land. We have to be able to create density to be able to salvage these lands. Our critical water supply, reducing the amount of car time people are in cars. That's why we have to find places in the city. Well, South Tampa's full. We're not building density there, right? So we have to find places in the city where we can build density. If not here, where? This is a great place for density to be able to build things out. Again, the stadium is going to be only a small portion of 120 acres. And it's not just the 120 acres. This type of project is going to percolate into that Drew Park CRA. I mean, it's ripe for this happening. And we can have a thriving community in Drew Park, which doesn't now exist. This is city building in its finest example. And it is the right project in the right place. We know how to move people in and out. You heard from the airport director, his goal, which I share, and I know the members of council up here share, about facilitating transportation. We build this density in there, we create a sports stadium district. We're not just talking about the handful of games that Raymond James Stadium operates with, even the most successful stadium in the world, it sits mostly as a big empty concrete structure most of the year. You tie that with spring training in the Giant Steinbrenner Field, you tie it with the amount of activation of what the proposal of how many baseball games there are a year, concerts, this inside venue, you're talking about a year-long activation in one area. That's going to support transportation. It's going to support year-round jobs. It's going to support a community, and it is going to be a focal point that people will look back and say, damn, what did we do here? This is a fantastic project. It is going to be a world-class facility. It's going to be a world-class destination. We are going to use some CIT money, by the way, to improve Raymond James Stadium, and that is what's intended right from the beginning. So saying that CIT was not for stadiums, that is absolutely incorrect. It was intended from day one, and it's in there that we use it for infrastructure and improvements and maintenance on those facilities. So there we go. I don't believe that it's the city's intention to use the CIT for new construction maintenance, but we're going to use it for infrastructure. They deserve Drew Park sidewalks, they do bike lanes, all the things that come with this, good water supply, good sewage, and flood control in Drew Park. Thank you. Okay, round three. Who wants to start? I'm sorry, round two. Councilman Miranda.
I'm just going to talk about Drew Park also.
More questions still coming up in this ongoing discussion live right now in Tampa. We are also still monitoring, awaiting the start of this news conference in Gulf Breeze, where we will hear from State CFO Blazin Golia. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Still waiting for this news conference to begin in the Panhandle. State CFO Blaise Ngolea expected to talk about hurricane preparedness. And we are also monitoring in Tampa as the City Council there discusses the Rays MOU. They're getting another round of questions where council members bringing up a lot of different points. Interesting discussions to hear about what's on their mind ahead of a vote on whether to move forward with these negotiations. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak.
I'm gonna feed off of what Councilmember Maniscalco said again. If the administration or the Rays had come to us and to ask us about the $100 million from the CRA or the $80 million from the CIT, they would have heard our concerns and brought us a deal we could approve. When I first sat down with the Rays, I expressed immediately, in fact, I'm pretty sure it was the first thing I said, that I would rather see this as a TIF district or a CDD instead of using CRA funds. I think that is 100% the way to go. Carve out this entire 130 acres. They could get more than 100 million, whatever they needed to bond to do that themselves. And then that could be done by the county. Because the CRA, and I have a lot of things to talk about with the CRA, and the Rays now know that it's going to take a really long time to get that money because it takes a CRP rewrite, which takes 2 to 3 years. It takes
More questions in that Tampa City Council meeting, but let's get you live right now to the Panhandle, Santa Rosa County, beautiful Santa Rosa County, and Gulf Breeze, where State CFO Blaise Ngolea. You also see the Emergency Management Director, the Florida Division of Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie, with him as well, talking about hurricane preparedness. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Responders for being here, and thank you all for doing what you do. My name is Blaise Ngolea. I am the CFO and the State Fire Marshal. I want to thank a few folks for attending here today. We have the illustrious, the man you see on TV all the time, working hard 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, making sure that we respond to any and all natural disasters. Florida Division of Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie. Thank you, sir, for being here, and thank you for what you do for the state. Santa Rosa County Emergency Manager Tom Lloyd, thank you, sir, for being here. Midway Fire District Chief Shannon Stone, thank you for being here. Interim Navarre Beach Fire Chief Kanzig is here, thank you. Holly Navarre Fire Chief Kevin Lewis is here, thank you for being here. Pace Fire Rescue Chief Whitfield, Milton Fire Chief, Avalon Fire Chief Wiggins. We have City of Fort Walton Beach Chief Shipman is here. City of Pensacola Fire Chief Craner is here. Ocean City Wright Fire Department Chief Wagner is here. We also have county commissioners. Guys, thank you for being here. Santa Rosa County Commission Chair Colton Wright, Santa Rosa County Commissioner Ray Eddington, Santa Rosa County Commissioner Kerry Smith, Santa Rosa County Commissioner Bobby Burkett. Thank you all for being here. Thank you. So I know this sounds unbelievable, and I know this is an area of the state that is constantly on high alert and has experienced a lot of devastating storms in the past. But we are just 2 weeks away from the start of hurricane season. I know it's unbelievable, and I know nobody wants to hear about hurricanes when people are still going to graduations and going on with their daily lives. But this is a fact of life here in the state of Florida. There's nothing that we can get away from. Storms are going to come, can't get away from that. But the best thing that we can do is prepare. And one of the things that I have been trying to do as CFO is be a little bit more proactive with preparing for these storms. We believe that the more we can do on the front end, the less we have to do on the back end. The more we can prepare our communities, our homes, our businesses, the more we can prepare for the eventuality of possibly filing an insurance claim. Everything would be better. We do a very good job, an exceptional job in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of most, putting our communities back together when a hurricane strikes or a natural disaster strikes. And I just think we have some areas of opportunity to make sure that we do more on the front end to prepare. So Hurricane season is 2 weeks away. I know we don't like talking about that, but we have to talk about it because we have to prepare our communities. Florida hurricane season runs from June 1st through November 30th, and the best time to prepare is now. Being prepared is the easiest and one of the best ways to protect yourself, your family, your property, and your businesses. Last year's we were very lucky, blessed, in fact, not to have a major storm, but eventually we will have a storm impact us, or a storm in the cone where we have to worry about it, whether it's going to originate in the Atlantic or in the Gulf. It's just a fact of life here in the state of Florida. Now, last year we were lucky. Are we going to be lucky again this year? I hope so. Are we going to be lucky again in future years? I hope so. But the reality is that most likely that we are going to get hit. So let's make sure we are preparing. I know that many here in the Panhandle will never forget the devastation after Hurricane Michael and Hurricane Sally, and the long recovery process that that has happened and continues to happen. Storms develop quickly, as we know, and their direction can change unexpectedly, sometimes only on a few days or few hours notice, and you already have an emergency kit and have an emergency plan before the storm starts and head your way. You are already way ahead than most in the storm preparation process. We can avoid mass panics and chaos at grocery stores and the lumber yard, at the retailers, by getting prepared now ahead of the storm. You can also prevent issues after a storm by having your documents protected and organized if you need to make an insurance claim. So we're going to go over some best practices before, best practices after, but I want everyone to think about the situations when you have a storm or you know a storm is potentially headed your way. What's the first thing that you do? First thing that you do is you want to stock up on a lot of stuff. Last time I checked, right now there's no storm, no threat of a storm. The best way to stock up is go in there now, because you avoid the mad rush. There are always going to be people that are going to be the person who's late when the storm comes, that tries to buy up everything. Don't be that person. Be the person who prepares way in advance. There is no problem. I'm sure most homes don't have a problem stocking, 4 or 5 48 packs, 24 packs of water in their home now. Don't be the person who just has to run to the store last second, because then you have this mad crush. And then what happens when that happens is you have the large retailers in their trucks, the over-the-road truck drivers. They are driving through very bad conditions trying to deliver more product. So if we can get it and smooth it out, get more to the homes and prepare now, the better off we are going to be. So you see that we have a before the storm and an after the storm best practices. What I would ask the cameras in the print is please focus in on those before you leave as part of your B-roll. Make sure you show it on TV. Make sure it's in print so everyone has something that they can have tangibly. So before a storm strikes, make an emergency kit with extra batteries and extra water bottles. Just these are the common sense things. Just get the stuff that you need now. Don't wait last second. Make sure your generators are functioning correctly and proper generator safety. Again, some people don't have generators. Go out, buy them now. I know we have, sometimes we have sales tax holidays, and, what I would say is that, if you want to wait for a sales tax holiday, great. But if not, go buy it now. Because the prevention is probably going to save you a lot more money on the back end than anything that you'd probably save on the front end in terms of the sales tax. Another thing is all the equipment that you need, make sure the generator is running efficiently now. So if you need parts like spark plugs, you can get that now. Don't wait until last second. Don't be the person that has to go to a Home Depot or a Lowe's or a car shop that has to get last second spark plugs, and you're in line for an hour just for that. It's very simple stuff. You can get that stuff now. Check your home and flood insurance coverage, and then compare options to make sure that you have protection that you need at the best value. We have done major lawsuit reform here in the state of Florida over the last 3 or 4 years. There are a lot more options for homeowners. Please shop, talk to your agent. You'd be surprised at how many more options and at a better price, but make sure you are getting what you're paying for. Also, make sure you know what you are insured for. Here's another thing. If your home has gone up in value over the past couple years, make sure that your replacement costs on your homeowner's insurance policy reflects current value. If you have a home that was worth $400,000 last year, and then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it went up to $500,000 this year, that means your replacement cost is going to be close to $500,000. If you have a policy that is only worth $400,000 with a $400,000 replacement cost, if your home has to be replaced, guess what? You only have enough for $400,000. So make sure that your insurance policy meets the value of your home if you need to rebuild. Conduct a home inventory with photos and videos of inside and outside your home. What I would do is I would do this a couple of times. Best practices. Everyone listening to my voice right now,
This is a news conference continuing live right now in Santa Rosa County. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and then when we come back, you'll have the Fox 35 Storm Team joining you for Fox 35 Weather Plus, talking about the hurricane outlook and some other things as well. So keep it right here on Fox Local for more on the other side.